particular type of communication different from what advertisers do. So it's a little bit different from your channel-specific communication tool, but it's very similar to what you guys were saying in that you're trying to identify the best possible target, and you're trying to get a message out and motivate that prospect to take some kind of action. So this is going to be the definition that I'm going to use today to apply to business markets. Hi, so are you in this seminar? Hi. At Amazon. Is Amazon operational here in India? You know how Amazon has a message that is trying to get you to buy something right away. So that would be a direct response communication. A second application, which is very big in business to business, is a sales lead. So we're trying to get someone to raise his hand, express interest in our product. We will qualify that interest and then pass it along to our sales resources. And then the third might be to get someone to come to our store, come to our trade show. Whatever we want them to do is designed to motivate that kind of physical action. And in terms of strategic marketing objectives, direct marketing is applied across the entire spectrum, from generating leads to selling something to analyzing and gaining insight into our audiences. All of these are applications, important applications of direct marketing. So this definition of direct marketing communications is somewhat different from what you may have been using it before. It's not about direct mail. It's not even about digital. It's about all channels, but it's communications designed to motivate response. And they are structured to work in that way. So does anybody want to argue with me about this? It's a little bit of a different approach, but to my mind, it allows us to get very free and creative how we think about direct marketing to support our business objectives. And there are so many applications in business to business. Direct marketing is everywhere. In fact, one of my favorite copywriters in the world of business to business, a fellow named Bob Bly. Any of you ever heard of Bob Bly? He's an American. He said, in business to business, all communications are direct marketing communications. And the reason is, in business, we want to establish a two-way conversation. We don't want to just send a message out there and have it fall onto someone's desk and that's it. We want them to get back to us so that we can continue the dialogue, put their name in our database, and keep the relationship going. Hi, I'm Ruth. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kavita.
Good. Welcome. We're going to sort of assemble at tables and did you get some breakfast in the next room? Hope that's helpful. And now what I'd like to do is suggest that at a large level, at a high level, direct response communications are applied in 4 key areas in B2B. The first is data management, market research. I don't know about in your companies, but every company I've ever worked in, the people who love customer data are the direct marketers. And all the other marketers sort of go, data, I don't know what to do with it, data, forget it. So the data people we in direct marketing are the ones who just understand the value of data, the importance of it, and we're not afraid of it. In fact, we sort of like it. So data is one application. The second, as I mentioned earlier, is lead generation. We're going to spend a whole session on this. Third is e-commerce and mail order. This is where we're using direct response communications to stimulate someone to actually buy buy something right on the spot. This is relatively rare in business markets because most of our products are too complicated to sell immediately, but there is a sector that benefits from e-commerce. Are any of your businesses selling things, selling products or services right out of a catalog or right over the internet? Just a one-stop sale. What are you selling?
The cloud solution.
Okay, so you're selling cloud solutions. Can people buy?
So they can sign up.
They can sign up right away. It's a low cost,
Yeah. So you
kind of a trial.
you can actually take a live account by using a credit card.
Okay, so that's a perfect application of trying to get them to buy right on the spot, a relatively low-priced. And you were raising your hand. What are you selling?
I sell insurance policies
Insurance policies online. Yeah. And so you can get people to buy right over the internet?
Yes, that's right. So
Great.
it's a seamless end-to-end transaction where the user comes onto the site,
Very nice.
puts in his information, and then checks out with the digital.
Okay, perfect. A perfect application of direct response communications. And you, did you?
Mutual fund with insurance.
Insurance. Okay, mutual funds. Great. Okay, so all of these applications, plus the last one, customer retention and loyalty, I would also propose, is a big application in business to business. As we know, business buyers tend to concentrate their purchasing with vendors that they like and trust and have a good relationship with. So it's our job as marketers to try to sustain that relationship, deepen that relationship, expand that relationship, and this is where we play. So I'm just going to wrap up with sort of the overview of how direct marketing plays in B2B and share with you a couple of quick statistics about what B2B marketers are trying to accomplish. Now, this is some data from just last year, but you'll notice, I'll be interested in whether these objectives are similar to your objectives. The top objective, by the way, the red is B2B, the black is consumer marketers. Okay, so just look at the red bars. The number one objective for business marketers was to acquire leads. Would you guys say that's true for you too? Number one, really? Interesting. The second objective was to build their brand. How about you guys? Are you into building your brands, trying to get that going? And then the third is also about leads. It's try not just get the leads, but sell something. Yay! Get some money in the door. And then the fourth was about customer insight, audience insight. So are you guys generally finding that these are consistent with what you're trying to do as business people? Interesting. I think business objectives around the world tend to be very similar. We're all trying to do the same thing.
I have a question.
Sure.
Why would my top priority not be to convert leads, but to acquire leads?
Yeah, this is a great question. Does anybody have a thought about why we might be more focused on new lead acquisition versus conversion? What would you say?
The conversion would have to be done by the front-end sales guy. Here, when we're talking about procuring a lead, it's about putting the door policy in terms of enticing the customer, giving a glimpse of what the product or the services.
Yeah.
And then it can, then needs to be able to customize one-on-one sales.
It's harder,
It's harder.
you're saying. Yeah, there's more moving parts. It's harder. Any other thoughts about why? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I think conversion happens, I think, one-on-one. Most of the products on sales.
Yeah, it's quite different. You know, in my country, I don't know. Did you have your hand up? Yeah.
Your communication can only assure you to interest the customer eventually. However, it totally depends on your sales pitch or the sales team to convert it. So what your communication can do is get you a person who is warmed up to the product
Right.
or a service. However,
But depends on the product also. I think if simple product which can be marketed. I think the leads can happen, just conversion can happen through the
Yeah.
communication.
Right, right. You know, I certainly, in my experience, I see some kind of assessment of glamour and fun being applied to one or the other. There are sets of marketing teams for whom new acquisition campaigning is a lot of fun, a lot of creativity, a lot of excitement, and so they maybe spend too much time and money on acquisition. And then when the inquiry is in the door, well, then it becomes the slog. Then it's all about process, it's about getting our sales resources involved, it's more about the science and the process, and all the glamour and the fun is sort of in the other direction. So that's maybe one reason why.
Another thought is that, when you talk about new lead acquisition, the whole idea is to build a funnel. You're
Yes.
trying to widen your horizons. Because when you're talking about B2B market particularly, there is a certain cost of acquisition that you associate with a particular client.
Yes,
The wider the funnel, the deeper the quality, the lower will be the cost of acquisition.
exactly.
Conversion would only matter if you got the right qualifying. I mean, there's a lot that goes into ensuring conversion.
Right.
A lot on the sales front, a lot on the marketing front as well.
Yeah, yeah.
That has to be aligned before. That's the entry. The acquisition of lead is merely the entry point,
Yeah.
but the conversion is 4-5 steps.
Yeah,
below.
yeah, yeah. So you're sort of echoing what she said about, it's relatively easy to dump them into the top of the funnel, and then the hard work begins. Yeah, I like that. So now I have a couple of more stats to share with you. I hope these are of interest. Looking at the media channels where, now this is a US statement, I don't know the extent to which it applies here, of the media channels that are soaking up the largest pieces of the budget. Are you surprised that trade shows is the #1 budgetary item in the B2B marketing toolkit? You guys spending? They're saying they're spending 21% of their budgets on trade shows. All right, is this reflective of the budgets in your world? You're spending less? Where are you spending your?
More on the digital front.
More on digital. So more on website design and email marketing and paid search.
Social media, search engine optimization,
Okay, and social media optimization
as well as digital PR.
and digital PR. Great. Okay, anybody else? Or is this reflective of your budgets?
I think it depends on what kind of product you're selling.
Sure.
If it's an industrial product, then I guess trade shows would be a big
Yeah,
area that you may want to put money in.
yeah.
If it is a product that is less involvement,
Uh-huh.
then the other communication aspects would be pretty good.
Yeah. You know what this slide says to me? It says to me that as digital communications vehicles become more and more popular, more widely used, the dear old-fashioned trade show and, the old stuff is still part of the mix. That old elements like direct mail and like trade shows are not going away. They're being supplemented by this new stuff. And there are plenty of companies for whom the mix is, they need a mix because no single channel is going to get them all the business that they want.
Would we be establishing a correlation with the level of conversion through the channels?
I would love to see that. I don't have a chart on that, but.
Generally, in terms of when you're talking about the trade shows occupying the highest priority.
Yeah, I do have one other slide to share. Where is it? Sorry, let me just. This next slide might speak to that. I don't know, this thing seems to have frozen up. I don't know why Can I have some help with this laptop, you guys? Somehow it's frozen up here. It's a completely different view of the popularity of the tactics that I thought might be helpful for you to see. The number one tactic, this is a little hard to see, but the number one tactic is your own website, naturally, and then email, social media, search engine optimization, press releases, direct marketing. I think they mean direct mail here. Not really sure. Trade shows is now in the middle, so to your point, it depends on who's being asked. There's a number of different reports, but the reason I like these surveys is that they give us some ideas about what other people are doing, whether we should be getting new ideas about media channels. So that's all I wanted to. Sure. Just back on this one? Yeah.
Absolutely surprised at PR being 54%. I mean, PR used to be the orphan of so much.
Yes. It's here. Yeah. Isn't that amazing? It's remarkable. Here's what's happening in business to business, at least in the US. B2B marketers are realizing that the most cost-effective way to raise awareness is through PR, not through print advertising. It used to be they would advertise in trade publications to get the name of their company and their product out into the target audience. And now they're using media relations and online PR. It's a dramatic change in the last 5 years. Thanks for bringing that up. Now, to your point, the last slide that I have is about where are the problems, where are the big challenges that are facing direct marketers. And no surprise, it's all about leads. Leads are always the problem. So these three, just to make it clear, these three bars are about the last 3 years. So if you look at it, so it helps you understand trends, but generating high quality leads, generating high volume of leads tend to still be the number one problems faced by B2B marketers. What else is going on? Oh, here's your buzz, your public relations buzz, Winifred, that is pretty high up there. And this is one of the issues that we're going to be discussing this afternoon, the fact that we're realizing that as marketers we need to be talking to a large number of parties in each account, that we can't just sell to one person. We have to be in touch with multiple parties in accounts. So sort of everything is there. So can I move on with, so if you had enough statistics, let's dive into one of my favorite case studies about successful lead generation programs that have been shared with us through a mechanism known as the ECHO Awards. Any of you familiar with the ECHO Awards? It's a campaign awards program that's run every year by the Direct Marketing Association in the US. And it's a global award, so we have applications from all over the world. This one came from Denmark. And it's a pretty interesting background here. Hello. The background is, I'll just describe it in a little bit of detail. The company is known as Berenson Textile, and they sell a category of products in industrial, commercial, and community environments that allow people who go to the loo to be supplied with toilet paper, with hand towels, with soap, whatever they need to wash up or, perform their hygiene after they've been in the loo. Okay, so it's not really the most charming topic you can go for, but essential. And what Berenson, and the reason Berenson Textile was in this category is they used to make those old-fashioned pull-down paper towels. Do you guys remember? You went into an old-fashioned loo and there would be fresh paper towel, and actually it wasn't paper, it was cloth. And you would pull it down, and from the back it would roll up, and I think those are almost all gone now. It's mostly disposable paper. But over time, they were discovering, and by the way, they were the kind of premium player in this category. They had the top-end soaps, the best quality paper towels, and they were discovering that the product was getting more and more commoditized. And the buyers in community bathrooms, in businesses and playgrounds, institutions, government offices, the buyers were no longer willing to pay a premium for better quality. So, my friends, when you have a situation like this, what can you do to persuade your target audience that it's worth it to pay a little bit more and get a little bit better quality? You're in a commoditized situation. What are your options as a marketer? Strategically, what could you do in a situation like this? Any ideas? Other than kill yourself. Excuse me.
Maybe a little bit of product innovation to ensure premiumness of the product.
Okay, let's do some product innovation so that we can differentiate ourselves and persuade the target audience that we've got something worth paying a little bit more for. So maybe let's go back and do some R&D to upgrade our product so that it is tangibly and visibly worth paying more for. Great idea. Any other thoughts?
If that's already done, I think educating the customers or the buyers, making them aware of the differentiation.
Okay. Better communications to explain why our current product is worth a little bit more. Is there anything else we can do?
Maybe education on the hygiene factor. I'm not sure if it's relevant in a country like US, but obviously definitely relevant in Asian countries like that.
Okay, so maybe we can explain the hygiene factor a little bit more. What do other companies do in this situation? You're in a commodity product category. Your customers don't want to pay a higher price. They lower prices, right? I mean, this is the price pressure. A lot of companies just buckle. They reduce their quality. They go for a price sale, and they sort of give up, right? So these are some of the strategic options that are available. Well, I want to share with you what Berenson ended up trying to do. Oh, by the way, this is the most heart-rending part of this example. The salespeople couldn't get appointments because nobody wanted to talk to the guy representing the most expensive product line, especially when the buyers, they know exactly who's selling what and how much they're willing to pay. So the salespeople were quitting. The turnover rate in the sales force was up, and they're having to buy new salespeople. So here's a terrible situation. We're in an environment where our customers don't understand our product's value, and we're in the high end of a commodity category. So they hired a new agency and gave the agency the job of figuring out a way to educate our audience, like you two said, to the importance of improved hygiene in the workplace. And the agency, incredibly, signed up to generate a 30% increase in sales leads. Now, if I were that agency, I might not have taken on. That's pretty aggressive. objective. So they're very brave, I think, the agency. And so their strategy was, okay, we're going to create a campaign that educates the buyers on the importance of better hygiene in commercial toilets, and we're going to generate 30% increase in sales through leads. And here's how they did it. It's quite interesting. Strictly through creative campaign strategizing. The first thing they did was they took the buying list, the buying file, all these people who were not taking appointments, and they phoned them all, essentially to qualify the list, to make sure that they were actually talking to the right decision maker. Now, who is the kind of person you're likely to find as a decision maker in an industrial toilet kind of environment? I'm sorry? Facility manager, purchasing agent, procurement, might be the janitor, might be the, whoever is cleaning out, whoever, we don't know, but it's not a senior executive. It's a pretty easily identifiable person. This is the person we need to be talking to. So the first strategy here was research for two reasons. One, let's make sure we're talking to the right person. And two, let's make sure we understand what's on their minds. This is good marketing, market research, market insight. So then, of course, they wanted to create a positioning that differentiates the product and, finally, develop an outbound campaign using dimensional mail. Are you familiar with the concept dimensional mail? It's basically mail that comes in a box instead of flat mail. We've already identified the 3,000 people we're going to go after. We know they are the decision makers. We've understood what's on their minds, and we're going to send them a box. Now, why do you think they would want to use a physical box as the communications vehicle strategically? Sorry?
Beat the clutter.
Yeah. So it's sort of intrusive, right? It's perceived as valuable. They're likely to open it. And if someone else in the mail room or someone else who's in the office sort of is going to see that, they're definitely going to put it on their desk. So it's got perceived value. Okay, so they use dimensional mail. Now, here comes the creative part. This is so cool. They decided to use a series of two outbound dimensional mail pieces. And the first one contained a little squeezy ball, like sort of a hand rubber ball with this cute little face painted on it. And it came along with a letter. Now, this letter's in Danish, but generally the letter said, hey, we want to explain to you the value of hygiene, personal hygiene in your workplace. Please take this squeezy ball out, put it out on your desk, and whenever any of your office mates walk by, please encourage them to pick it up and play with it. So far, so good? You see where this is going? Where is it going? So everyone's going to get involved, right? It's sort of cute, it's irresistible. And then the letter explained a little bit about the science about how germs exchange hands in office environments. Then and this is the copy of the letter. I won't go through this. But the next week, they sent a little tester kit. Looks like this. And they said, please run the tester kit over the ball, which has now been handled by 20, 30 people in the marketplace, and let's see how clean the hands of your fellow workers are. How do you like this? So now we have a visual indicator of how disgustingly filthy, the hands of all of your fellow workers are. And are you persuaded Maybe it's time to use better quality soap in the bathroom. And of course, here's the part that we direct marketers really like. They also included a free trial, 3-month free trial offer. So how would you assess this campaign so far? As a lead generation campaign in a commodity environment, what have they done to overcome some of the problems that were originally in this program? Anyway, what do you think they did?
It's pretty innovative and quite expensive.
I'm sorry?
It's pretty innovative and quite expensive.
Yeah, it's innovative and it's expensive. Right, so they had 2 relatively expensive touches, and most of all, they phoned all 3,000 of the prospects to make sure they were talking to the right one. What are you guessing was the result of this campaign?
I'm sure it's probably pretty good considering they're giving you 3 months free trial.
Free trial. What do you think was done well, or what do you estimate is going to be the result of this campaign? Yeah. So you think there's going to be good feedback? Is that what you said, feedback? Great. And what's your assessment of this campaign? Okay. What do you folks think? Yeah, they got some orders. Well, let me share with you. Oh, by the way, these are the documents as all laid out with the letter and the squeezy ball and so forth. But here's the payoff. The salespeople were overwhelmed with positive leads. 42% of those 3,000 people took a meeting with a salesman. These are the people who wouldn't talk to a salesperson before. So this was a complete door opener, as you might expect. So okay, so we got the meeting. So then what? Well, the number of meetings that the salespeople had to complete to close was cut in half. So sales productivity was increased by 100%. Do we like these numbers? I do. And then the reps were meeting their quotas much faster than in years past, and the average order size is more than doubled. So here we have tangible proof that this creative approach to solving a pretty difficult commoditized business problem through a lead generation campaign could really pay off in tangible results. Now, just to analyze the lessons learned from this campaign, how would you summarize some of the, what was done right here that we can learn from and apply to our campaign, our lead generation programs today? What did they do that we should remember? It's a good strategy. Focused in what way? Great. Absolutely. They took the time in advance to find out who exactly was the target audience and set up a direct connection with them. So they ended up with an extraordinary mailing list of 3,000 prospects, 42% of whom took a meeting. Unbelievable. Without that kind of pre-qualification, there's no way they would have gotten that kind of response rate. So what else did they do? You guys had some ideas. What else did they do that was a lesson we can learn from this?
Use education as a means to create differentiation.
Brilliant, brilliant. They had a superior product, but the customers didn't understand the value of a premium product, so they educated them on why they should be willing to pay more. And what were the characteristics of that education? They did it through a visual, tangible kind of storytelling method that resonated through that germ ball that everybody in the office was talking about, and laughing about probably. And so the buyers ended up being more willing to take that product versus the competition. Any other signs of success in this program? Any other lessons learned for you guys?
They used a very good way where, the people from the admin team would know what's the impact of not having hygiene by giving the second DM where, you could rub the ball over the strip and figure out what the issue was.
I love it. Very good point. Very good point. So that was another sort of internal way of getting the news out so that everyone was involved. Fabulous. Yeah. Right, right. So it's a multi-touch program, you're saying. Yeah. And we'll see that again and again in business to business. Business to business is not about random outbound communications. I think even talking about the funnel is a mistake. We are about building relationships over time. And this is what a salesman does. He or she builds a relationship. We in marketing need to support and expand and extend that relationship. Do you agree?
Even the simplicity of the communication has added to, lending that efficacy in terms of communicating, that it's as simple as this and yet you never notice.
I know it. I know. And that's another reason why I love it best than these. So you want to start with your internal sources first, and depending on what's missing, then go fill in the blanks with external sources, sort of to make sure that you're keeping the costs under control. Any observations, you guys? No? Does this make sense? Okay, so let's move on. Now, this is a kind of super duper classic record that you might find in a B2B contact file. What's different, of course, between consumer is we usually begin with the account name. The fundamental basis of the record is the account and the account contact name. And then underneath that, we populate the account with multiple contacts. So these would be all of the individuals in the account. Is this the way you guys are organizing your data today? Is that the way yours is organized? Is there anyone who is running your data with the contact name being the highest level versus the account name? There are plenty of B2B companies that use the contact level as the highest, the fundamental data element in the record. You're using the account level?
Account level, yeah. It varies once again. It could be few contact level also, depending on case-to-case basis.
Okay.
Channel needs the account level.
Right, right. Because most of us in business to business, we're selling to companies. And we certainly need to be talking to individuals in the companies, but it's at the company where the purchase decision is going to be made. So that is the fundamental level of the business. Where this goes in a more consumer direction is if we're in a catalog business and we're selling mail order or e-commerce to individuals. That may be the case. So do you have any questions about any of the fields that are typical here in a B2B environment? I don't want to go through each one of them, but do you capture all of these fields in your databases? Have you got almost all of this stuff?
Not all, because this is very US specific, the fields, I believe. And
These are US specific? Do you have a credit score number?
not at least for our business, it's not that big.
Not important?
The size of it, or rather the
Okay.
is a better criteria than a credit.
So you would use the revenue at the target more importantly. How about you? Are there any? Right. Okay. So I'm sure that you are making those selections based on what works in your business. If you ever want to check out a credit score idea, you can go talk to our friends. See, I'm selling for Dun & Bradstreet. They will not hesitate to help sell you a credit scoring. Are you guys offering credit scoring data here? The reason it's so helpful in the U.S. is because we have, what do we have, 16 million businesses, and sometimes if you want to, if a new prospect comes along and asks for credit terms, you want to make sure that you're giving credit to someone who's really going to pay you. So that's why we go to a credit scoring agency and get that data. The source code of where the name originally came from can sometimes be helpful because it allows you to get a feel for how reliable the data is, or what kind of depth of relationship do we have with that prospect. Okay, so these are the kinds of fields that are typically captured in a B2B data record. Now, yeah, please. Another point?
Why would I want qualification questions to be part of the database?
Qualification questions, yeah. These qualification questions are usually developed so that we can determine whether that person is ready to get the attention of a salesman. So these would be lead qualification questions.
By these qualifications, you mean you imply it's the response to these questions
Yes.
captured there, right?
Right, so sorry, it's the answers to the qualification questions, not the questions themselves. Thank you, great point. Okay, so just a little bit more on the differences between B2B data and consumer data. We've actually talked about most of this already. One point that we haven't discussed yet is that we often run into a problem between the name or the contact information on the person with whom we have a day-to-day relationship may actually be simply a purchasing official. So it's important that we also populate the database with decision makers, because if the item is being shipped or billed to a certain individual, that person is very likely not to be the person we want to sell to. It's really just more of an operating person. So that's a key problem. Another problem in B2B, I don't know if this is true in your country, but in my country, a lot of business people say, I want you to send me information to my home address, because that's when I have time to read it. So a business-to-business database may have some home addresses as well as business addresses, and that can be a decision-making problem for marketers. Gosh, should we be promoting him at home or at the office? And that's a decision that has to be made. And the same is true for email addresses. Do I talk to him about business using his company email or his Gmail or some other address? It has to be addressed. Okay, moving on. This is starting to slow down a little bit much. Here are some of the problems that business-to-business marketers face when it comes to data capture, data maintenance. The problem is that we want to know everything that we can about our customers, but generally we can only get a few data fields from the data marketing sources. We can get a name. We can get a phone number. We can get a postal address. But often we have no idea what that guy's real title is, unless he personally tells us. Plus, titles change at the rate of 10 or 15% per year, right? So keeping the data fresh and getting it available is very difficult. The other thing is we want to know where that person plays in the buying circle. Is he a decision maker? Is he a specifier? How much influence does he have? And that information is generally not available for sale. We have to capture that on our own. It's expensive. We also want to know what kind of choices do these guys have? I mean, what is their preference for how to hear from us, for example? We also want to know what's going on in the mailroom. Now, I don't think there's as much direct mail activity in India as there is in the US. But in the US, if you send a business letter into a company, the first stop is the mailroom. Do you guys have mailrooms in India? So there's a guy, the mailroom supervisor, who's going to determine how that letter is distributed inside the building. And we have a big problem with mailroom supervisors being told, throw away all the advertising mail. Just don't even deliver it to the offices. We don't want to, it's too much waste of time, don't do it. So getting past mailroom supervisors is a big problem for us in the US. Do you have this problem here in India? A little bit? So it's something to keep an eye on. Another problem that we have in data is that most of us are selling internationally. We're not just selling in our own countries. We need our data suppliers to be able to provide us with global data. There are only a handful of global data providers, Dun & Bradstreet being one of them. And so that's a problem. And the other issue is, at least in the US, there's a lot of missing data, especially at the lower levels. The data providers tend to capture names at the highest levels because they're the most valuable. And so if you're trying to market to mid-market decision makers, you may have a lot of trouble getting names. So any other challenges about B2B data sourcing that you'd like to add to this list? Winifred.
What we find often is that there are different databases within a company. So you would have a database where the financial people keep all the transactional data, and then you would have the merchandise or whatever keeping a database. And they all silo, and to get them together is for us an enormous problem.
Interesting. Does this happen in your world where
It's very, very prevalent.
different departments own customer information and they won't share?
It's not more about sharing, it's more about, a lot of redundancy, between different
Redundancy.
silos. And then the quality of data could also vary.
Yes.
Because the marketing and the sales team, or for that matter procurement team, may all be having different data
Yes.
pointing towards the same account, but still have different things centric
Yes.
there. And bringing a rational approach to is very difficult.
This is
So
an
one of the big
ongoing.
problems that most of the organizations are facing around data quality.
Data quality, absolutely. Yeah, so making sure that everyone in your company is feeding data into a centralized database where it can be maintained and cleaned is a political problem that I don't envy you. Please work on that. Okay, thanks. So what I want to talk about now very briefly is how to get all of the data that's coming in from various sources assembled and maintained properly. If we don't have the right data about our customers and prospects, we can't be doing direct marketing. So the first thing to think about is what are the essential data elements? Remember, we looked back here at some of the elements that you're likely to want to have in your database. Which of these are absolutely must-have elements? Because it's not about curiosity and, gee, I'd like to know. It's about which data elements are essential to run my business and grow my business. So that question has to be addressed first. So identify the data elements that you need. Then the second stage is, if you don't have that data, to go out and buy it from a third party. And there are several large database marketing companies that will sell you those elements for a relatively small amount. I think 2 such people are in the room here today. You guys are providing data append, right, from Dun & Bradstreet. And you can get such data elements, I'll show you in a minute, as you can get the company size, you can get the title of the person that you're talking to, and so forth. Then once you've appended all the data that you can purchase from the outside, then it's important to conduct what we call data discovery. This means, frankly, it means an outbound phone call to your target customers to capture the missing data by hand. It's very expensive, but if you need it to build your business, then you have to go do this on your own. And that's why I suggest that you focus your data discovery on top accounts only, because otherwise you could spend your entire marketing budget capturing data, and that's not going to be a good idea. So let's look a little bit more at how business-to-business marketers populate their databases with prospecting data. Now, this is entirely US data. I wish I had the equivalent information for what's available in India. But in the US, the business-to-business marketing community is quite mature. And we have as many as 18,000 lists of businesses and business buyers available for rent. What's the situation here, may I ask? Do you guys have similar list rental available? Okay, so you have 1.2 million names? So 1.2 million organizations with how many contacts? 1.8 million contacts. So similar data can be rented in India. Can they also get phone numbers? And email addresses? You can get the general switchboard number. Can they get email addresses? Maybe, in some cases. Hi. We okay? So, whoa, now that's a little bit too loud. Can you turn it down a bit? Otherwise. I want to be sure that you're doing is populating your databases with the information that you need at the lowest possible cost. So the first thing to do is determine exactly what data elements you need first, not just the ones that you want to have, the ones that you need to have, and then try to find them through third-party resources, because this is the cheapest way to access fresh data. And clean your database, identify the elements that you need, pre-test the match rate so that you can get a sense of what likelihood you are to get the data that you want, and then test the appended data to make sure that it's valid and working properly. So here's an example of the elements that you can rent, or not rent, actually purchase, from append providers in the US. Now, this is probably of limited interest to you here in India, so thanks to our friends from Dun & Bradstreet, I have a list of the data elements that are available for append in India through the good offices of Dun & Bradstreet. How'd I do? And this list was kindly provided by these gentlemen. Thank you very much. And now we're going to sing a song. Whose music is that? Oh, maybe it's from next door? No, next door, okay. I'm sorry we don't have musical accompaniment here in the business-to-business world. So if you want to make additions to your database using data append, this is a resource to begin with. Now, the problem is that you can't get every data field in every record covered through data append. So to supplement that, you may need to conduct a process known as data discovery, which is an outbound call, sometimes by email, but usually by phone, to find out the additional data fields that you need and populate your database with those elements. It's quite expensive, as I mentioned, but it's for key accounts, it can be extremely valuable. An account that's worth millions of dollars, you want to have every correct data element on that account in your database. So it can be worthwhile. So that's what I wanted to say about the traditional methods of populating your database. But these days, some very cool new techniques for getting prospecting data have arrived on the scene thanks to the internet. I don't know the extent to which these are available in India, but I want to be sure that you're familiar with all of them. The first one is a business that was originally known as Jigsaw. They were sold about 2 years ago to Salesforce.com. Are you familiar with this company? And it's a really interesting business. It was originally developed as a business card swapping file. So say I'm a salesperson, and I'm trying to sell into Dun & Bradstreet, but I only know 3 people there. I need to have at least 20 people on my database. So I'll go into Jigsaw, and I'll download additional contact information that was populated there by other salespeople. So we can basically trade sales contacts. Jigsaw created a database through simple Salesforce business card uploading to the tune of 16 million contacts. It was extremely popular, and they also made the data available to marketers. Yay! So this is, in effect, a crowdsourced B2B database that came out of nothing. Jigsaw sold itself to Salesforce.com for $185 million. Everybody was happy, and now the data is sold through data.com, which is Salesforce.com's data division. Did you have a question?
I've used Jigsaw.com day in and day out for 4 years and validated that 30% of data is accurate, 70% is inaccurate. I haven't used it after it was taken over by Salesforce, which is now data.com. I know Coors, or rather DNB, buys its contact database from Jigsaw, which is data.com once again.
I'm sure they do.
But the accuracy in Jigsaw was poor.
Okay, so you ran across poor accuracy in Jigsaw. I've got some studies that can validate your experience. I'll show you in a minute. The theory of Jigsaw is that the data is relatively accurate because they give people rewards for updating the latest information. They give you little points and stuff. But
I can update the name, but my interest in getting Jigsaw is primarily to get phone number, considering I get that number, which was promised by the sales ex before selling that subscription.
yeah,
But I realized it's only the phone numbers that I have. I might as well follow that section, get to the website, go to the contact us page,
very
follow that
good.
section and get the switch phone
Okay. So you had limited success with the Jigsaw database. Okay. How about Zoom Info? Have you tried them?
Among all that I currently have, I honestly believe Duos is better, which is once again a product of DMB.
Okay.
But Duos doesn't give me the email addresses. It once again buys from data.com.
Okay. Now, Zoom, are the rest of you familiar with Zoom Info? It's another completely different approach to capturing business information, scraping data off of corporate websites. So, like if your company has a list of the senior executives, Zoom will grab that up and make it available for marketing purposes. And this has been another extremely valuable resource for business marketers that just arrived in the last 4 or 5 years. So frankly, with all due respect to our friends at Dun & Bradstreet, we marketers are extremely happy that new competitive sources of data are available out here in the marketplace. Gives us all more options and increases the likelihood that we'll be able to find the perfect prospect for ourselves. Now, there's some other experimentation going on. I came across one, still a very small competitor called Card Browser. Are they active in India? I don't think so. This is sort of funny. What these guys do is they hire students and they give them exhibit hall access passes to trade shows in certain industry verticals. And they send the kids out onto the show floor and say, go grab up as many business cards as you can. And then the students come back, they scan them all, compile them all into a database, and resell that data for marketing purposes. Entirely not scalable, right? But I think it's very creative and a way that, a new way of compiling business data that may take off. I don't know, it's still in the earliest stages. Question?
In India, we have something called as businesslist.com. They also provide this kind of services.
Businesslist.com. Are they collecting it through trade shows and business cards?
Various other sources.
By hand?
No. It's people lend their cards and they model like what Jigsaw does.
Oh, really? So they're competing with the Jigsaw model.
But one good thing that they have is actually like the card. You know, you can actually even put your personal data that is visible only to you. So suppose if I see somebody's card and if I get that fellow's card,
Yeah.
I can make some notes as to what did I speak to them. So it doubles up as a online CRM.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there are lots of different experimentations going on. I think it's very exciting. And people have tried desperately to figure out how to, scale those kinds of business interactions. Good point. Thank you. Okay, so I just wanted to point out that, to your point, no matter which data supplier you talk to, you're going to find big differences. A colleague of mine and I have been conducting studies on the subject of the quality and accuracy of business-to-business data available in the US today. If you want to read any of these studies, they're available for free at this website here. But we did a study of data compilers about 2 years ago where we found these were the 5 compilers that we studied. And we found that when it comes to looking at the number of accounts in a certain industry category, that Dun & Bradstreet and Info Group, they're the white pages, phone-based compilers. Dun & Bradstreet, of course, being the financial compilers, that when it came to looking at the number of accounts in an industry category, D&B and Info Group were far and away giving us the widest availability of companies. But when it came to the contact level, looking for the number of people who work in Anderson Windows, for example, or the number of people who work at Nordstrom's, we had much higher coverage among these new data providers that focus on the contact level, like Demandbase, Jigsaw. And in fact, Infogroup gave us the largest number in one case. But what this says to us is that we B2B marketers have to be gathering data from a variety of different sources to cover our marketplaces as thoroughly as we can, because no one provider has everything. So is this a lesson that is not surprising to all of you? So just to wrap up, what I've found in my career is that it's absolutely essential to narrow down your data capture and maintenance strategy to the absolute minimum. Here's an example where less is more. Because we marketers, let's face it, we marketers are really curious people. We want to know everything about our customers and prospects. But there's an expense associated in capturing data and maintaining it. So it's essential that we get very disciplined. We don't just go for what we want to have. We go for what we need to have and focused in on that. The second element is not only should we be disciplined about keeping only the data that's of most business value, but the second is that we have to keep an eye on data hygiene, keeping data clean. And I'm going to share with you some best practices in so-called data hygiene, or keeping our data clean and fresh. And the reason is that in the US at least, business-to-business data degrades at the rate of 4 to 6% per month. Is that a similar rate here in India? Is that similar to? Let me ask you to do an experiment. Would all of you please take out a copy of your business card? Your own business card. Here, I'll just go get mine. Okay, everybody have your business card out? Got your card? Okay, so my friends, let me ask you. Those of you who have had a change in your business card in the last 12 months, please raise your hand. Any data element has changed in your business card. So I'm looking at the hands. It looks like about 30% of the room has a change. This is exactly akin to this rate. Our customers' data changes at about 30, 35% per year. So this means that our databases are always changing, always getting old, degrading, and it's our job to keep up with it. It's a nightmare. Same is true for consumers, which in the US anyway, are changing their households at the rate of about 17 to 20% per year. They're just moving all the time. Of course, with the economic downturn, they're moving less because nobody can sell their houses, but that's a detail. Now, I have some pretty dramatic data about what is the impact of business to business, corporate change on the data world in the US that comes to us from Dun & Bradstreet. In 2 hours, 706 companies are going to move their address. Isn't that a scary number? How do we possibly keep up with this? Well, I went to my friends at Dun & Bradstreet and got a similar set of data for the Indian data decay situation. Here we have, in India, in the next 2 hours, 63 companies are going to change their phone numbers. Yipes. Thank you guys very much for this information. So what this means, my friends, is that we who are holding data about customers and prospects in our marketing databases need to take a number of aggressive steps to make sure that it is clean. and it is correct. Because if we are talking to the wrong person, if we're addressing them incorrectly, if they've changed companies, if we don't have their phone number and we can't even get a hold of them, then our marketing efforts are going to be suboptimal. So just keep in mind a couple of other data points. The rate of decay depends on the element. So the fastest decay or change is in the number of employees. Companies are opening and closing, they're rising and falling, sales volume and so forth. The physical address tends to change at the rate of 20% a year. Phone number, 18% a year. These are US data points. But it is good for us to keep in mind, I mean, it's not that the entire record is decaying at the rate of 56% a year. It's elements of the record. Another point that we should keep in mind is that, sure, Wynn?
Standard industrial classification curve, 16%.
Yeah.
Is enormous.
Isn't that incredible?
Is that because a company just decide to go another consultancy arm like this, or do they add new SICs, or?
I don't know. I would imagine that the driver of that is either the company was misclassified and found out that their true SIC is something else, or that they have added lines of business that puts them in a different SIC.
Actually changed, maybe shut down one business and
So maybe they shut down one business and remorphed themselves into a different kind of business. That would be another reason. Great point. Now, I'll also point out that large companies, no, let me put it this way. Small companies and startups change their data at a much faster rate than better established companies. Seems sort of obvious, but it's something to keep in mind. If you are targeting startups or very small businesses, you're going to have a harder time with data hygiene than your friends who are selling into large enterprise. Is that true here in India as well, you guys? Okay, thank you. So it's another angle to keep in mind. Here is a pretty interesting B2B example of how bad data can drive huge bottom line impact in your sales. Now, these are all hypothetical numbers, but they certainly make a lot of sense. That if, for example, you were only able to get 75 records, usable records, to begin your campaign, but if you had better data in place, you could have started with 90, then this sort of waterfall cascades down to the point where your average selling price and your total revenue is going to practically double thanks to better data at the outset and a better ability to contact customers through the qualification and nurturing process. So if you ever need to go to your senior managers and explain why we need budget to prove our data quality, here's the business case that can support an investment in customer data hygiene. Any questions on this? Are you persuaded of the value of data hygiene? I think we're all feeling good about this. Now, you're probably saying, well, okay, so what do I do about this? And I've got about 7 tactics that you can apply to varying degrees in your business. Depending on which tactics are going to be most effective is really up to you. But I'm going to begin with a pretty obvious one that can have dramatic results. This says, key enter the data correctly in the first place. Seems pretty elementary. But what I see in my country, the people who do data entry are the least trained and the worst paid. So part of the reason that we have bad data is that we have the wrong data being key entered in the first place. So this is a pretty important place to start. Just something to keep in mind. Now, the second piece is whenever you have a customer service interaction, a sales interaction, a face-to-face interaction, a phone-based interaction, train your people to ask a couple of questions. So, Mr. So-and-so, is this still your correct phone number? And what is your title today, sir? Has your title changed? Could I just capture that? Asking your customer-facing personnel to grab up fresh data elements is a low cost and good practice. Are any of you doing that today? No? Something to think about. What are you guys doing?
We do have the sales team to go, once they do the appointment. We have something called as a lead generation factory. So right from a cold lead, there is calling which is done, and the right data is identified. Once the right data is identified, it moves on to the appointment team, and then the appointments are generated. So there are two different teams working on the same data. One will qualify the data, one will generate.
Very good.
And once the sales team meets them, there is an update process in the CRM tool wherein they update the content.
Okay, good. So it sounds like you have a really solid process in place. Now, are your salespeople uncomfortable with capturing data from their prospects? I mean, from their customers?
Daily tracker that they are supposed to. So who did you meet? Where did you meet? Is something which every salesperson does.
Oh, good. Some companies struggle with this because you might make the argument, and this is really a philosophical argument. You might say, I need my salespeople to be selling. I don't want them to be doing data capture. It's not good use of their time. So it really is a decision that any individual company has to make about how to deploy resources. What's your point of view on this subject?
I think, you're absolutely right, because I think a lot of people, that sort of tend to.
It's time to try to get them to take the action that we want them to take. Now, some of the actions that we want them to take are, we want them to raise their hand so that we can turn them into a qualified lead and hand them to a salesperson. Or maybe we want them to go to our event. We're conducting a sales event, or we're exhibiting at a trade show. Maybe we want them to click through and buy from our e-commerce site. Whatever the action we want them to do, we need to develop a powerful motivational offer that will overcome their inertia and get them to take the action that we want them to take. So the question becomes, well, what is an incentive offer? And I would argue that it's really a two-way exchange of value. What we want to do is craft something that is so irresistibly compelling that it will motivate our prospect to do the action that we want them to do, whether it's click or come or buy or raise their hand or whatever the action is. But we have to give them something to do that. They won't just do it on their own. So every successful direct response communication includes an offer. The motivational offer is in effect there to move the prospect to action, to overcome their natural inertia. And in effect, in the B2B world, the offer is there to take the place of a salesperson. Anybody here in the room in sales? Have you ever been in sales? You've been in sales, right? So how does a salesperson get someone to take an action?
Connecting with him towards core subject.
Yeah, you talk to them. You use the power of your persuasion. You build a relationship. You understand what's on their mind. And then, at the end, you say, so, Can I put you down for 2 of those? Right? You try to close the business. You get the action going through sheer force of your personality. So what a business person in a sales situation face-to-face can be very persuasive. But in marketing communications, we don't have that salesman right there. All we have is the words. And in order to get those words to be as persuasive as possible, we add an offer, a motivational offer. So that's what's going on here. We're trying to attract a profitable customer. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I've been working in business-to-business marketing for more than 20 years. And I have seen again and again companies that say, we don't need an offer. If we just tell them how fabulous our product is, they're going to want it. Sounds like that's sort of what you did in your letter. Our product is so wonderful. It is so different. It is so well priced. It solves such solutions. We're talking to someone who can really use this. If we just tell them about it, they will respond. My friends, maybe some people will respond. But if you add a motivational offer, 3 times more people will respond than without the offer. Now, I have this example from the world of search engine advertising, keyword Google AdWords here. And I just did a fake search on the subject of widget. So I'm looking around for widgets, and up come these advertisements. These are paid advertisements. And only 3 of the 9 ads included an offer. Only 3. It's crazy to me. If I'm trying to get someone to click through and come to my landing page and learn more about my widget and maybe buy it, the best way to increase the likelihood that they will click is to give them an offer. So here's an offer: free book, free music for Blogger, for a free widgets webinar. Here's a widgets webinar, free chat room software. Whatever is the offer, this is the one that is more likely to be clicked on than the other ones because it includes an offer.
I wanted to just give my take on this.
Sure.
But I think this has been there for some time. The whole business of offers, and the sponsored links. And progressively, when you go and click on these, you'll find that invariably they solicit your credit card information and so on and so forth, or so many other details that it is tending to turn off people. So even though you may have a click through, but then does that really translate into an act of buying? Is I don't know, how much of it actually happens, because by and large, a lot of these offers are in turn expecting you to do something, either provide some information or provide your credit card number, even though they may advertise that it's free, and it's sort of turning away a lot of people from this, and invariably, people are not clicking on these anymore.
Okay, so what you're raising is the question of, what do we do after we've motivated them to click through?
I'll just,
Please, yeah.
just add on to what you said.
Yeah.
Look, it's a personal experience
Hmm.
and I'll name it. LinkedIn sends me a mail an in-mail in my inbox. It's been sending it for the last, I think, close to 6 months, saying that you can upgrade
to
an account as
yeah.
a trial for free.
Yeah.
But the moment you go on to the page where you're supposed to activate it, they'll ask you for your credit card details.
Right.
Which is something that I'm totally not, and it has a very small disclaimer right at the bottom, which will be very easily many of us might not even see it, as a tick against it which says start crediting it from my credit card after 1 month.
Okay, so you guys are saying that that's an offer that you find resistible, meaning that it is not an appealing offer to you. And let me just clarify. It sounds misleading. It sounds like it's not working.
Yeah, there's an expression in US, I think you being from there, it's like a bait and switch. You know?
Bait and switch, yeah. So, but let me make sure that I'm clear here. The purpose of the offer is to overcome inertia and motivate you to take the next step. What we do with you at that point is where the rubber hits the road. But in designing a motivational offer for this communication, the purpose is to get you to take the next step. So that's what I'm talking about here, okay? And by the way, most of, in these examples, we only have, 190 characters to play with in a search engine ad. So most of the offers here are very simple. They use the word free. It's the most powerful word in the English language. But there are zillions of other offers that I'm going to show you in a minute that may not raise in your mind the suspicion that, oh, they're going to ask me for my credit card. Yeah, I don't want to fill that out. Okay? So my point is, if you do not include an offer, and it's not necessarily a price-based offer, it's usually, in business to business, it's usually an information-based offer. But if you do not have a motivational offer to stimulate that next step in the buying process, you're going to reduce your response by 2/3. So, word, include a motivational offer if you're looking for a high response rate. And that's the message I'm giving. So now, how should I design a motivational offer that will stimulate my prospect to take the next step? Well, a great offer is something that is valuable to the prospect. Duh, if he doesn't want it, he's not going to go for it, right? 2, it should be something tangible. Now, that doesn't mean it has to be physical, but it has to be something that he can really sort of imagine is going to really help him. 3, if possible, it should be something that's unique, that he can't get anywhere else. And 4th, it should relate to your product or the key benefit that your product offers in some way. Has to, that's a good way to associate the offer with your product in the mind of the prospect. Okay? So you see these characteristics? So then the question becomes, well, how do I even start thinking? There's so many things that fit that bill. It's effective if you divide offers into 2 types, hard offers and soft offers, because each one has a role to play in your business marketing communications. Just to go back and define these, a hard offer requires a lot of work. Well, not a lot necessarily, but more work on the part of the prospect. A soft offer requires almost no work on the part of the prospect. Soft offers tend to be more generous, more desirable. Hard offers tend to have less personal appeal. And the outcome is, here's some examples. A hard offer might be, come to a seminar. Well, that may sound really great, but it means I have to put some work into it. I have to actually get up and go to the seminar. That's asking a lot of a prospect. Another example is, we'll give you a free t-shirt. It doesn't take any work on my part. I'll get a free t-shirt. Hey, I like t-shirts, a mug. Maybe they'll give me a product sample. This is an example of a soft offer. Now, when you're thinking about whether I should go for a hard or a soft, the number one criterion for determining which direction you're going to go in is the quality of the list. If your list is really highly qualified, then you probably want to use a hard offer, because you're trying to penetrate that list in a way that they're later down in the sales process, for example. If, on the other hand, you are simply trying to scoop up all of the potential prospects who are out there, then maybe you want to use a soft offer. So it's really a function of who is the audience that you're talking to and what are you trying to get them to do. But the reason I separate hard versus soft is that it helps us think strategically about the right offer that's going to motivate our prospects to respond. Okay, so offer types. Because essentially what you're going to get with a hard offer is you're going to get fewer but better quality responders. Soft offers, you're going to get more but poorer quality responders because they've invested less in the relationship with you. Okay, so now you want to know, well, how am I going to develop an offer? God, there's so many possibilities. We could do free trials. We could do a free mug. We could do free white paper. We could invite them to a webinar. There's so many offers out there. How do we even begin? Well, let me share with you 5 steps that business marketers have used effectively over time. Excuse me. The first step is to steal ideas from others. Why not, right? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Find out what's working for your competitors and copy them. Now, I have some data here that the Direct Marketing Association in the US has gathered that suggests that in B2B markets, the most effective category of offers is free information. And we'll talk more about that later. This would be research reports, case studies, white papers, downloadable, information. In consumer markets, free gifts, premiums, tchotchkes, baseball caps, stuff tends to be the most powerful motivational offer in consumer markets. So, friends, start there. Start with what works for others. Now, the second thing you can do is go talk to customer-facing personnel and find out what they think will work based on their knowledge of our customers and prospects. Did you have an idea? I thought I saw your hand up. No? Okay. Sorry? Oh, okay. Which question? No. Okay, thank you. So an excellent resource for developing offers lives in your customer-facing personnel. So this is your sales team, your customer service team, whoever is talking to customers. Go talk to them and say, we're trying to develop some motivational offers to stimulate people to respond. Well, what do you think they would like? See if you can generate some ideas that way. Also look at what your competitors are doing. Is this stuff that you're developing today?
Pretty much, yeah. The example I shared with you is on these lines. So what we're looking at doing is trying to do some upselling to our existing client base. And these are clients that we've been interacting with in the last approximately 2 years. So we felt there was an opportunity to upsell. And that's where we decided to go and do a direct marketing campaign where we had an interactive box couriered to the client's office. We verified the address, etc. So the back-end logistics was very much in place. And we ensured that deliveries happened. What we actually did was had a physical mailer going out. It's a little box. And when you open up the box, it opens up into showcasing 3 different offices, which says that about the product. So the product was very effectively described your earlier point about the free gift or the gift to entice is something which we had built into the packet itself because we had not outsourced this to an agency. We were doing it at our end, and we thought because they were an involved audience, they would appreciate the value of the gift being right there and not having a small tick in the box later on as a challenge. So what I was just sharing was the response to that. We haven't had any response to that per se as a campaign. And even when we followed it up with an email campaign as a reminder, expressing the ideas or the value that the product can bring to the table, which is ranging from saving costs, reducing your travel time, etc., it still hasn't gone to the world.
This is a fascinating question. So she has done everything right. You heard this campaign. She verified the address. These are existing customers. She selected the 250 most likely upsell and cross-sell prospects in her house database. She couriered a letter in a dimensional box to the prospect that included a lovely little pen.
It was a pen drive.
A pen drive. A pen drive. And the response vehicle was?
The response vehicle was an email ID that was in the communication, which they had to respond to.
So in the letter she said, please call us or email us to this address. So, my friends, she got 0 response. Any thoughts about why she didn't? How did the offer play as a response motivator in this example?
How did you define involvement from your end, from the end person? What was your expected level of involvement?
Involvement from our end.
The response. Actually look at what is the engagement quotient in it.
Sure.
Right? So, I mean, the entire communication, the packaging,
Was all
is bang on.
that's right.
But the engagement quotient is something that I'm still not able to visualize personally.
Okay. So these are customers with whom we've been interacting. So it's not about someone that we haven't spoken to in a long
It's an existing customer.
So they are, I'm not too sure if I'm able to answer the question in terms of the engagement portion, but yes, these are customers with whom we've been having a dialogue and we have been identified customers. The engagement portion, if I can say, when we inserted a pen drive in there, which is branded as with our partner and us, was something which was more of a recall. I'm not sure if that's the engagement.
Was that pen drive empty or did it have any information?
The information, and the presentation.
Yeah. Well, see, I would, there's so many variables in a campaign, you never really know. But from my first listening to this story, I would say that the offer was not doing the job that it was intended to do. Meaning, she had an excellent offer of a pen drive, a desirable little pen drive, but she didn't connect the offer with the action that she was looking for. The action she was looking for, at least the way she described it, is a response. But she gave the pen drive in advance of getting the response. So the offer was not structured to stimulate the response that you were looking for, the action that you were looking for. So what I might have done instead is describe the fabulous pen drive and everything that you were going to get if you got the pen drive, and say, email us and we'll get our pen drive out to you right away.
The better thing would have been actually, the pen drive doesn't have much value for a prospect like that. Maybe it can be a free invitation to a seminar or something. That if you respond to this, you can get an exclusive invite.
Okay, so he's suggesting maybe a stronger offer would be more productive.
We were also working on the possibility whether we have a webinar in which they could log in. So just the sheer logistics was not helping us to, because there was not enough timeline within which we could have done. But not a seminar. We were thinking what webinar that we could have. But whatever ideas and purpose for us.
Okay, great.
We have had success.
See, everybody's an advisor for you.
So last week we just finished a webinar in India and less than 2 days turnaround time, and we have 45 attendees.
Great.
I'm sorry?
What tool you use?
What tool did we use? So just to articulate further, AGC Network, which is the technology division of AGIS, we are technology solution integrators. So we use the Cisco tools to ensure that the webinar was conducted effectively.
Okay, so can I just direct our conversation back to, I want to make sure that we get a chance to go through all of the offer theory here. After you've reviewed what your competitors are doing, what ideas come up from talking to your customers, to customer-facing personnel, then the third step is to get inside the mind of your prospect so that you can understand the kinds of things that will motivate that prospect. And I have an example for you of a 4-way split test that was generated by a very well-known US copywriter named Alan Rosenspan, who was talking to engineers on the subject of trying to get them to express interest in some engineering software called MathWorks. He came up with 4 different offers to motivate people to try MathWorks. And these 4 offers were tested head-to-head in a 4-way split test. And one of these offers was far and away the strongest against the other 3. And I wonder if by looking at these 4, the way these 4 offers have been described, could you guys predict which of these offers was most appealing to the engineer target? Do we have any engineers in the room, by the way? Any people trained in engineering? Okay, good. So you're going to be my bellwether guys. Okay, so have you had a chance to look at these 4 offer descriptions? How many people, well, let me ask you, which offer did you think was the
I
most?
thought this number 2 would be very interesting for me.
Why?
Because, if you're looking at the people who are engineers, they would want to play around with something.
Yeah.
So that's why, the technical kit would be more interesting to me.
Okay, good. Does anybody have a different, what was your point of view?
Ma'am, I will also go with the second one.
Second one? The engineers are going, what would you say? The first one, why do you like the first one?
So it's customized to what I can choose what I want.
Aha. Okay.
So it's my choice of what I pick.
So that would be more personalized, you're saying, really, more relevant to me. Anybody else have a, what did you think? Okay, for the same kind of reason?
Yeah, because it's giving me a choice. I don't know what is the latest article. What according to you may be the latest. To me, it may not be.
Okay.
I would have seen.
Okay, very good. What do you think? The fourth one, why? You like the fourth one also? And why did you guys like the fourth one?
As an engineer, it's cutting down my job of scouting book, which is the nice ones to look for. I'm getting a 4. Presuming that that's true, I would ideally want to focus on the top 5 and be done with it. Because one, this is not the only company where I'm sourcing it from.
Yeah.
So I have a paucity of time as well.
Okay, very interesting.
Get this all done in the least possible time.
Yeah, so, and in fact, the fourth one was the winner in this situation. And, Alan Rosenspan hypothesized that engineers are very busy guys, and they're also very competitive. And so the technical briefs that are most requested by the other engineers, I want to have those too. So he theorized that this was why, if I understand the nature of an engineering mind, I'll be able to improve my likelihood of developing an offer that will be maximally relevant. I've got another example here. Here we're selling data. This is actually a Dun & Bradstreet company called Hoover's. We're selling data for pre-sales call preparation to salespeople. What do salespeople want? What's on the mind of a salesperson? Anybody? Leads. That's what they want, leads. So here we have, they want to crush their quota. You know, they want to meet their quota. This is how they make money. This is how they feed their children. So if you can develop and offer 25 free leads, you're going to really be effective when you're talking to a salesman. Does that sound right? Okay, so this is another example of being in understanding the mind of your prospect. Now here's another category. Any of you familiar with a company called New Pig? It's a really unique business-to-business marketer. They sell factory floor cleanup products. Like if you have an oil spill on your factory floor, they have a product that you can surround the spill with some kind of absorbent material and clean up, and they have padding and safety bars and all kinds of stuff. So who is buying? Who is the target audience for them? So who's buying factory floor cleanup materials? What kind of person is it? Yeah, it's a housekeeping, administrative, it's the janitors, it's whoever is cleaning up, you know, the guys with the brooms, and what kind of people are they? Well, in my company, these are known as blue-collar workers, and they tend to be very enthusiastic followers of NASDAQ, which is a kind of auto racing. Very big national brand.
Just a quick observation. You know, I see that this copy is actually littered with a lot of NASCAR and very little space dedicated to what exactly are they doing. We really need to pay a lot of attention to figure out that what business are they in. So only at the top end, you know, you see the logo, and I think a sentence somewhere, you know, where it says that okay, you have. So I don't know, you know, what was the efficacy of this copy, but you know, it's not coming through as something which is. So it's talking about an offer.
Yeah.
But you really need to read through stuff to figure out that what business.
It's a very good point. This is, the medium here is an email.
Right.
And it's an email to past buyers.
Okay.
So once and by the way, this is an e-commerce business, meaning they're selling these equipment right out of the website. So there's no salesman involved, just taking orders over the phone or through the catalog or through the e-commerce site. Very simple, low quality or low complexity sales environment.
I would imagine as an inbound IT probably it would work.
Yeah. So in that environment, this kind of business works. Here, though, it's a much more complex sale. So this call to action is likely to go to a salesman, and this call to action is going to go to an e-commerce site where they're going to place an order. And why are they going to place an order? Because we're giving them a free set of glasses when they place the order. So this is a very soft offer. It's designed to penetrate a very high-quality universe as deeply as possible. These are our past customers, and we want them to buy now. So it's a different business objective. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, now the fourth thing that I want you to think about in offer development is the cost of the offer has nothing to do with its effectiveness. So how much we spend to develop the offer is irrelevant. It's how highly the target audience perceives the value. And we marketers we say, well, you know, we want to give them something really valuable. They're good customers. We really want them to respond. And so we make it more expensive. And that's not really the right strategy. We just need to make it more valuable. I've got an example here. A lot of companies use special privileges, like if you respond now, we'll make you a member of our special circle, and you get to see the new products before anybody else does. costs us nothing, high perceived value. White papers and newsletters are, in fact, an example of this no pain without pain example. So it's just something to keep in mind that we marketers don't really know necessarily what's going to be perceived as effective in the minds of our customers. Now, the last point about offer development and business to business is it's a good idea to design your offer against where your customer is in his buying process. In the early stages, when he barely knows us, he's still searching around for information, we should be providing information that helps educate him on how to buy in the category. But later in the buying process, we might want to be using offers that are more about trying to close the deal. Like give him a free trial, give him a discount on the product, maybe give him tickets to a ball game or cricket match, I don't know what. Because the business-to-business buying process is an important factor in offer development. So is all of this clear? Any other points about offers? Please. Motivational offers.
Driven offers.
Yeah.
Typically, in your observation, what are the malpractices or things that one should look out for while devising any content-based offer? Things that you should be doing for sure and things that you should not be doing for sure.
Like content-based offers like white papers and...
White papers, case studies. The whole idea is to showcase a similarity in your...
I'm glad you brought this up. We're going to talk a lot about this in a minute. But just to quickly answer your question, the number one mistake in developing content offers is making the content too salesy. Content offers are not sales sheets. They are educational materials designed to help your customer be a better buyer of your solution. But you're not selling, you're educating. So that's the number one problem that people make. One more point before we go on to the list of great offers checklist is that this is sort of contrary to direct marketing theory, but in business to business, because people are at different levels of their buying process, they might be just kicking around, trying to get educated. They might be researching vendors. They might be actually ready to sign a check. Depending on where they are in the in the buying process, you may want to develop different offers that they can choose between. Now, usually choice depresses response, but in this example, you might say, okay, let me just learn more, or give me a free trial, and let them choose which offer is more appropriate to where they are in the buying process. This can work in business markets today. Okay? So now we've gotten to the point where you're probably saying, Ruth, there are too many offer ideas out here. How can I boil it down to the one offer category that is most effective? Well, it's information, just like you were saying. Information offers are so effective in business to business. Information offers like white papers, research reports, case studies, PDF downloads, might be videos, it might be delivered on a CD or in a book. There are all kinds of vehicles for delivering information. But the reason information is so effective, well, let me ask you, why is information such an effective offer in business markets?
It's reflective of someone else's experience.
Yes, so it's highly relevant to the target. Why else is it effective? Why is information so valuable to business people? Why do they care to get research reports and case studies and all this stuff? Why do they value this stuff so much?
Who actually benchmark themselves with other peers in this
Right, right. In effect, what you're basically saying is they're trying to do their jobs better. They're trying to solve a business problem. And rather than going and researching it on their own, if the vendor can help them get educated on how to solve that problem, well, they're going to be grateful. And the vendor is then going to be viewed as a trusted advisor. And that's why the content shouldn't be salesy. It should be informative, neutral sounding. And then maybe down at the bottom, you say, this information was brought to you by, my company X. But you make it sound like this is authoritative, relevant, third-party, information that you can trust, rather than some cheesy advertisement. Okay, so this is why information is so effective. Oh, and by the way, on a cost level, the incremental cost of a case study is 0 because the customer is just downloading it. Now, there's a cost to prepare it. So you have to hire a writer and get the thing produced, or you have to license it from a research company or whatever. But incrementally, it's very low cost, high perceived value, low cost. Here's my favorite type of information content. It's known as a 10 tips document. This works really well when you're in a situation where you know the target audience so well, you really know what their business problems are. Now, I have a client that they're called Computer Care, and they sell ERP software for apparel manufacturers. Now, most of these are small businesses, they're business owners, they're in a very competitive environment, and they're having trouble with their gross margin, they're having trouble making a living, basically. It's just so competitive. So what's on the mind of these people is they're trying to eke out more profits from their businesses. Very difficult business, very competitive. So what my client did is they came up with 10 ways to make your apparel business more profitable. Now, if you look at the ways in detail, each one of these is solved by my client's solution. But you don't have to buy my client's solution to get this done. It's really more the concept, like you should be tracking your chargebacks. If you're not tracking your chargebacks, your profitability is going to go to hell. So, maybe the business owner hadn't thought of this. This is a really good idea to help him make his business more profitable. So he has produced this 10 tips document. When a salesman goes out on a sales call, he uses this as collateral. They also use it at their website as a motivator to stimulate a response at the website. Get your free 10 tips document now on how to better manage your apparel business. They go to a landing page, they leave behind their name and information, and that becomes the beginnings of a sales lead. You see how this works? No business owner who is in the apparel industry can resist a document called 10 Tips for Making Your Business More Profitable. Everybody wants this document. So I urge you to develop offers that work in that kind of way. Now, here's a checklist of every offer that works in business to business, and there's zillions of them. But if you have to get started with some, I would start with information-based offers like we've discussed in the upper right-hand corner. Or if you want to give them a pen drive, make sure it's packed with information that they can really use. Okay, so that's where I wanted to go with a discussion of offers, my friends. And now it's time to move on to a discussion of why is this thing, can you guys help me? I don't know, somehow this thing has gotten frozen up again. How did you guys unfreeze my computer last time? Do you remember? Add on the subject of not only developing an offer, but making your offer work harder. And one of the secrets for how to do this is to state the offer in the most effective way. And this is really coming down to creativity. I'd like to share an example with you, a famous direct marketing test that was done actually in the 1980s, so it's been around a long time, where the same offer, half off and 50% off, this is really the same offer. Would you guys agree? The terms are the same, but it's described slightly differently. When these two descriptions were put out in the marketplace in an A-B split, half of the audience was told it's half off. The other half was told it's 50% off. Which side won? You think 50%? Is that what everyone's saying? What do you think? What? 50%? Nobody's going for half off? No? Well, in fact, you guys are right. 50% was the winner. It's exactly the same offer. But it was described in a way that was more compelling to the marketplace. Do you know why? Why is 50% more powerful? Yeah. Yeah. You know what it really boils down to? It's a number. Numbers are tangible, they're easy to understand, and if you can get a number in there, you tend to be stronger. Okay, so let's look at this one. Here we have exactly the same offer. 2 for the price of 1. Buy 1, get 1 free. Exactly the same offer, worded differently. Which one do you think is better? Does everyone feel the same way? And it is, in fact, the winner in these. It was a famous test from the 1980s. Actually, it might have been the 1970s as far as I know. But the reason I love this example is that it reminds us that the offer is the offer, but if we merchandise the offer, if we come up with a more powerful way to describe it, we can increase response at no additional expense. That's good, huh? Costs us the same. Okay, another couple of points about offers. It's a really good idea to make your offer extremely simple to understand so that it can be grasped in just a second. Another point is your offer should be as clear, crisp, and easy to understand as possible. And then thirdly, your offer has to be credible. If it sounds too good to be true, they're not going to respond. They're going to say, there's something suspicious here. I'm not going to respond. So check your offer to make sure that it doesn't meet any of these. So let's look at these examples. So how do you like this offer here? 5-year service guarantee subject to location and availability. How do you take care of it? You rewrite the offer so that it's more credible. Or you adjust it.
Whatever you write, people will not believe.
Well, then come up with an offer that people will find believable. All right, that's all I can say. But let's look at these examples. I've got 4 offers here, each of which has a problem. So let's analyze what's going on with this offer. 5-year service guarantee, subject to location and availability. What's the problem with this offer? Yeah. Yeah. Why is strings attached a problem?
It's not transparent, perhaps. It
Yeah.
doesn't communicate in a very convincing manner.
Okay, so you're losing credibility, right? It's not transparent. And why does non-transparency or credibility loss get in the way of response?
Because you respond to someone whom you trust, perhaps.
Yeah. Because the person hesitates. And if they hesitate, they get distracted and they go somewhere else. So we want our offers to be communicable in a way that won't stimulate hesitation. How about this one? Go to our website and we'll give you a free iPad. Too good to be true? Nobody's going to believe this, right? Why would, that's ridiculous. So you think, hey, probably there's some, scammers, or, they're Nigerians or something. We don't know what they are, but we're not going to play. We're not going to respond, right? Okay, how about this one? Our offer is so great, you should have it. What's wrong with that offer? Our product is so great, you should have it. Anything? It's very vague. What? There is no offer here. Yeah. The problem with the offer is it's not here, right? It's so not clear, we don't even know there is no offer. They're claiming to be great. Chest pounding, yeah. Okay, let's look at this one. Get a $100 discount on your first purchase when you sign up for our Premier Customer Program and get an extra card for your colleagues. Confusing. It's too complicated. Nobody can even understand what this thing is saying. So the simplicity factor has been lost. So, okay, you guys are really getting the hang of what's the problem. Now, depending on the medium through which the offer is delivered, there are a couple of things that you want to keep in mind for maximizing the power of the offer. In email, you want to repeat the offer at least 3 times, above the fold and below the fold, and several times maybe even above the fold. In this case, the fold is around here. We want to state the offer again and again, because people read email like, right? We want to grasp the result of the email in 2 seconds, or maybe 0.5 seconds. So we've got to get the offer in often. In the case of a banner ad, the importance is that the headline and the call to action are the #1 driver of success in banner ads. It's less about selling the offer, and it's more about motivating the response, because on the landing page, that's when you're really going to sell the offer. So a strong headline and a call to action is really all the real estate that you have available in a banner ad. A couple of other points. The kinds of offers that work in social media today are as creative and wacky as you can come up with. This is an example of an offer that was about creating a video. Kimberly-Clark makes, they make gloves that lab technicians use in their labs. And they decided to sell these, or generate awareness for these gloves by inviting people to create musical contest videos. So they got all these lab technicians to write songs. These ones, they wrote a song, "I love my glove," and they had a duet here, and they were able to get 10 entries. They only spent about $15,000 on this entire campaign, including the prize money. And as a result, they got thousands of people to attend the microsites, watch the videos, and the sales of the product were up 30% over the forecast through one of these viral marketing programs. But it's in environments like social media, offer development needs to get very creative. So you're not going to be using the medium to its best advantage. So that's the last point that I wanted to make about offer development. Any questions about, are you all persuaded that you need an offer to overcome inertia and motivate your prospects to actually take the action that you want them to take? You're all persuaded? Good. So let's now talk about creative, because this is the subject. Creative means the art and the copy through which we deliver the offer. And this is the part that people tend to really enjoy. So I came across some data that absolutely slayed me. Get a load of this. This is from Crane's B2B magazine about the quality of advertising in the business-to-business world. 74% of B2B messages get lost. 66% of audience needs are ignored, and 39% of B2B ads are too full of chest pounding, all about me and why I am so fabulous, whereas advertising should really be about you and why you should care about my product or solution, right? So we have a long way to go in business-to-business marketing communications to get over these defects. Now, would you guys say that B2B marketing communications in India suffer from a similar set of problems, or are you guys way ahead of us in the US? You're more product-focused?
But it's actually complementary to what benefit or tangible feature that you would want to make use of. That's how
Good.
90% of the offers would be.
Really? Yeah. Well, direct marketing says, let's talk less about features and let's talk more about benefits. So we'll talk about that now. Now, in creative, I'd like to share with you 9 tactics to take your art and copy into a direction that will stimulate your prospect to respond. Because remember, direct response communications are all about being structured to motivate an action, whether it's a click-through, whether it's a phone call, whether it's attending an event, whatever is the action. Now, the first one is about understanding the mind of your audience, the beliefs, feelings, and desires so that you can structure the copy. And I've got a wonderful example to share with you. This guy, this is Bob Bly, again, one of my favorite B2B copywriters. He was hired to increase the power of an IT seminar. They were having trouble getting IT professionals to enroll in their seminar, so they hired Bob Bly, and he went out and he talked to a bunch of IT guys to find out what makes them tick. And he found out that what they believe is that they are smarter than anybody else in the company. Now, is that consistent with, the IT people you know? They also felt really frustrated about a lot of things. And the third thing he found out is what they really desire is to be left alone. Now, this is great insight about the mind, the desires, the belief of an IT professional. Are there any IT people in the room? Well, whatever. So maybe this is the way IT people think. So the original headline for attracting IT buyers to attend this seminar was Interpersonal Skills for IT Professionals. Pretty straightforward, pretty boring, and didn't really capture their imagination. He changed the headline to Inside Important Information for Any IT Professional Who Wanted to Say to an End User, Go to Hell. And the response rate skyrocketed as a result of copy that was more relevant, more insightful, better understood the needs of the target audience. You can see how this can work, right? Okay, so that's the first thing. Analyze the real mind of your prospect. Now, here's a list. I'm not going to go over all of these. If you're ever in need of some message platforms to start your B2B copy rolling, here's some of the best ones. Save time, save money, find new customers, improve productivity, and so forth. These are some message platforms that can be helpful. Now, the second thing, the second principle is stressing benefits over features. This is what we were just talking about. So here's an example of a call center. Isn't somebody in here is running a data center, right? Who is that? It was you. Okay, so say your call center, one feature is that you have round-the-clock support from technical specialists, right? So we have round-the-clock, highly skilled specialists. So the target audience would read that and say, okay, but why should I care? So when you convert your feature into a benefit, here's why you should care. You'll rest easy knowing that help is available 7 by 24 to solve any problem, and you can relax and not worry. Do you see how these features can be converted into benefits? Now, you guys are marketers. You already know this. But it's more important in B2B than even in consumer. Why? Because product managers in B2B, I'm not sure why they do this. Product managers love their products. Have you noticed that? The product manager, they get, especially technical products, they say, this product is great. All you have to do is tell them what this product does, and it'll fly off the shelves. But we marketers know, no, we have to convert why the product is great into terms that will be relevant to the target audience. This is what converting features into benefits is all about. Okay, the third point. Oh, here's an example from our friends at Hoover's again, where we've taken the service offering here of delivering business information, and we've turned it into a benefit. With our product, you're going to close the sale. This is meaningful to sales operators. Okay, item number 3 in your creative development. The third most important principle in creative development is to make the offer the hero of your message. Because the objective of the offer is to get them to act. If the offer is buried, they're not going to see it, and that's not going to have the power that a salesperson would have of being able to come up and say, so how many of those can I put you down for? So in fact, in business to business, it's more important than ever to state the offer prominently and frequently. And in effect, sell the offer, not the underlying product. So I've got an example here from Ose. Anybody familiar with Ose? It's a Spanish printing company. And they had an offer of a free watch going here. You get this free watch, an Ose logo watch, with your first order of $250 worth of something or other. You get a free watch. So they spent the entire creative talking about the watch because it's the desire to get the watch that is going to motivate the person to raise his hand and respond. So this is my point to you, that you needed an offer that you could focus on. Business-to-business marketers often make the mistake that they think they're selling their product. In fact, they're selling the offer. This is a big difference. You're going to sell your product when the salesman gets to stand in front of him and go to town. But in the lead generation world, you're trying to sell the offer, not the underlying product. It's a big, big difference. Now, is it a surprise to you, my friends, that Google uses direct mail to sell advertising? You notice? They have done the opposite. They are making the offer the hero of this direct mail. It's an offer-driven direct mail. And by the way, this is the back page. They get all of the selling done on the front page. Nobody even looks at the back page of the letter. Okay, the fourth point, make a clear call to action. this is where we ask for the order. Click here, call now. Anybody who's been in sales already knows this. If you don't ask for the order, you don't close the business, right? So you got to ask. A call to action is essential. Make it very specific, make it frequent. Here's an example from an email where download now. This is a very prominent call to action. Even on a button, we know that if we click on that button, that's what they want us to do. But by adding those words, download now, they create a sense of urgency. They tell me what to do, and a certain percentage of people will take that order. Okay, any questions? I know I'm burning through these pretty quickly. Here's some examples. Here's an example from our friends at Pitney Bowes, your former company, where Pitney Bowes uses the call to action. They have it designed like a certificate. Just fill out this certificate. You can see your name in lights. And it's all about this action orientation. Yes, please send me this for fastest delivery. Free bonus advertising message with order. So it's all about the call to action, delivering the offer. These guys are the masters. Same with our friends at OSE. Yes, send me the Get to Know OSE kit and the free watch. Their call to action is very prominent. And this is what drives response. Okay, the fifth point is create a sense of urgency. Now, a lot of times in business marketers, people think this feels a little cheesy and they don't want to do it. It feels really consumery. But it really works because even business people are susceptible to the idea that there might be, they might lose out. Business people are people, after all. So if you create a limited time offer, like say, we're giving away 50 iPads, so the first 50 people who respond to our campaign are going to get an iPad. Man, you're going to respond, right? Everybody wants an iPad, right? You might have a limited number. We'll say, we have 100 iPads available, so call now. We want to make sure you get one. This kind of offer strategy works really well. Create a sense of urgency. Now, another point is eliminate obstacles to response. And this is one of the complaints I had maybe about your program. You didn't provide an easy response vehicle. You know why? If you're using print media and the response vehicle is an email address, that means you're saying, okay, please go to your computer and please type in my email address and send me a letter. I'm like, I'm not going to send you a letter. Why should I do that? It's too much work. I'm busy. I would say you have to make it easier for them to respond. So if you sent them a letter on a print letter, have a reply device that they can just drop on a fax machine, or they can hand back to the courier who just delivered it. I don't know what's the right vehicle. But make it easy for them to respond. Give them a phone number, maybe. I don't know. Me, I think typing up a fresh email might have been a suppression to your response rate. So this is why we offer multiple response vehicles, like go to a URL, click here and go to our web response page, pick up the phone, here's our fax number. Make it as easy to respond as possible. These are, tips for increasing response. One of the key drivers of response improvement is reduce the number of data points you ask from the customer on the reply form. The more data points you ask, the lower the response. So Here's Avaya. Anybody familiar with Avaya? I don't know if they're doing business in India. It's a telecom hardware company, right? Now, in their small business segment, Avaya is trying to get as many small business names into their database as possible. So they make the response form as limited as possible. All they ask for is first name, last name, email address, company name, postal code, and country, and employee size. Actually, that's sort of a lot. They probably should have just asked for first name, last name, and email address if they really wanted to get them in. But this was really, since they're going for small business, they need to know the number of employees because this is how they segment their target into small business or large enterprise or so forth. So that was an essential element. Let's look at a different company, Right Now Technologies. Anybody familiar with Right Now? They offer call center services in the cloud, right? And their target audience, at least at this point, this is a couple of years ago, they only wanted to talk to very large enterprises. So their qualification form is extremely complicated because they don't want everybody coming into their database. They only want the most likely prospects. So they have something like, 15 different qualification questions, including the organization's annual revenue. So they're looking for low response, high quality. Avaya is looking for high response, relatively low quality, because it's a different marketing strategy. So the question of make it easy to respond is something that you have to consider according to your business objectives. Now, here's another example. I'd really like to refer you to a wonderful new website called whichtest1.com. Any of you familiar with this? Every week they show a split test, A/B testing. Usually it's a landing page, sometimes it's an e-commerce page. And they invite you to guess which of the two tests was the winner. Then once you guess, they show you the results, the actual market results, and explain why the test won. So it's a wonderful educational tool for how to improve your landing pages. It's really, really great. But what they found here is that this is something that not all of us consider. By making all the fields optional, having 0 required fields, with a little asterisk, they increased their response rate by 31%. Isn't that counterintuitive? I thought that was great data, really worth knowing. I think the underlying logic here, the reason for that, is that required fields bring false data. People write in Mickey Mouse and ABC and 1, 2, 3 and other stuff if they're required. And the optional fields actually pulled in a higher quality respondent, someone who actually wanted the information. That's something to consider. Now, another point is pearls. Are you guys using personalized URLs in India today? Is there still providing additional response? I don't know. Are you guys familiar with pearls? It's where you put the person's name in the URL. Yeah, they tend to work really well. So here we have an example. I'll show you this case study later where Jane 3 was the name of the respondent. If you put the person's actual name in the URL, it tends to lift response because people say, hey, I wonder, it's a website with my name on it. Oh, I better go check it out. So this has been very helpful. On the other hand, personalization in subject lines is proving to be more complicated than we ever thought. It turns out that personalizing everything in a subject line does not work. And this is data that came to us from a company that sends a whole lot of data out, if you include the company name in the subject line, it actually reduces open rates. But if you provide the actual name of the prospect, it lifts open rates, as does giving them some kind of relevant information that's personalized to their interests. I can't explain this. I don't know why personalization with the company name is a suppressant.
The company name is the customer name or is the vendor name? Company name.
It's the, I took it to be their company name, not our company name, the customer's company, but I'm not sure. Let me see, there's an underlying article under this. I will look at that during lunch and see if I can gain more insight. Great question. Great point. Okay, then we're almost done here. The next to last, no, I've got 3 more. The next to last, the 7th technique for improving your response is by including a guarantee. Now, this is a time-honored strategy in consumer direct marketing, and it also works in B2B. If you tell them there's no risk involved, that will increase response. One way to do this is by using testimonials, where you can say, now this is from Facebook, they're trying to sell Facebook advertising to small businesses, and so they got one of their businesses, the Shane Company that's selling jewelry, they got the Shane Company to say, hey, we had this wonderful increase, here was our experience, and they're using that customer testimonial as a way to drive credibility and increase response in selling ads to other businesses. Second to last point, this is about design. Now, we didn't get a chance to look at the design of your piece. I don't know what design had to do with it. But what we do know in business to business is that the objective of the direct response communication is to motivate an action. The motivator lives in the offer. So the more we can explain the offer clearly and persuasively and not let the design get in the way, but actually be the deliverer of clarity about the offer, the more we will be successful. So this is difficult because a lot of creative groups, are you guys working with agencies, creative professionals, design professionals? They love their work, and I don't blame them. I mean, their work is great. But direct response marketers know that the design needs to be a servant to the offer. The design is not the main event. It's simply a servant. So this is, designers hate this slide. Makes them nervous. Let me show you an example. Here's an offer from a company called, I don't even know what the name of the company is, Centtive Compel. And they're trying to sell me some kind of CRM service or something. Well, let's look at the first, at the beginning here. Give me 15 minutes of your time for a WebEx meeting, and I'll give you a $100 Amex gift check. What do you think so far? How do you guys feel about this offer? Would you respond to this?
Will not be very serious response. Response will be for the offer, not for the product.
Yeah. So you like the offer, a $100 gift check?
So the guys will respond that we want that $100 gift check.
So you're saying this is bringing in an unqualified respondent. Not so serious respondent. So you think the offer is too good to be true, or it's too soft, you're saying? Okay, I'll tell you who the recipient is. These are subscribers of CRM Magazine. So there are already people who are interested in CRM software, CRM tools. So it's a pretty well-targeted audience. So maybe it's not, maybe the offer is not the problem. How about the design here? Yeah? Okay, so they've done a good job of explaining that you're going to get your offer. How about the copy here?
Usually they've differentiated guaranteed or free in a different color, bold text. So even if I have to glance over it, that's
Okay, this might pop out of you. Are you going to read this copy? Yeah, probably not. You know, they have broken a cardinal rule of direct response communications by using light type on a dark background in the body copy. This is very hard to read, and especially in digital media where, you know, the words are fuzzy in the first place. That crispness that you find in print is not there. So I would argue, whatever you feel about the offer, their, you know, pros and cons of the offer, I would say that they have let the design get in the way here. That the words may be brilliant, but if you can't read them, they're going to fall on deaf ears. So I think this email has design problems. Let's look at this one. This is from Facebook. They're trying to sell advertising to small businesses. They're using print here, print vehicles, and they have you know, a $50 free offer here. Easy to grow your business with Facebook ads. We grew our business on Facebook. You can too. Try it free. Design-wise, how do you feel about this? How do you think they're doing so far? Is it easy to grasp? Is the offer in the center of the message? The offer is popping beautifully, right? The call to action? Right here, the call to action pops pretty well. So would you call this successful direct response communications from a design perspective? What do you guys think? What?
More attractive the colors maybe. It's way too light.
Yeah.
That way it's showing.
Yeah, you know, actually I think part of that is the digital rendition. On print, I think the colors were stronger. But I take your point. You want to have it be very vibrant color. How easy is it to read the headline? It's easy to grow your business with Facebook ads. It's pretty legible, right? Eye-catching. I would say that design-wise, they're following most of the rules here. Even though they have some dropout type, remember I was complaining about the difficulty. The typeface is large enough so you can still read it. This is not body copy. The body copy, when they do have it, is in dark on light type. So it's much more legible. I think this is a more successful delivery of the offer than this one when it comes to design getting in the way. Okay, so that's the last point. I'm just going to jump. There's one last point I wanted to make, and then we'll break for lunch. About business-to-business communications. I don't know about how it works in India, but in the US, there's some kind of old tradition that business communications must be very formal. We are talking to a company, and we need to explain all of the details about why our solution is the best and give them all the specifications and the background data that will help them be persuaded to make a decision in our favor. Well, that may all be true. But when we're talking to an individual business person, which is what direct response communication, one-to-one messaging, we're better able to establish a relationship if we speak in the same tone that we use with our friends and family. Not a formal business letter, but instead a warm, personal connection, and using tone that kind of warms up, kicks off, and establishes and deepens a relationship. So we're really talking to one person, and we're trying to play on their emotions to get them to think positively about our business. Here's an example. Look at this. I bought a card scanner. Have you guys ever bought one of these things? It's a little doodad. You plug it in, and when you get a business card, you slip it in, it scans it, brings up a thing. And so I don't have to type in business cards for my little, database. I stopped using it after 6 months or so. But when the thing arrived, inside the box was a letter from the CEO of CardScan. Look at this. Dear new CardScan owner. He's talking to me. Welcome to CardScan. We're certain that you'll find your new CardScan reliable, accurate. We stand behind every product we make. So what does this mean to you? Well, it means blah, blah, blah. And second, and by the way, I hope you love your CardScan, and if you have any problem, you can call me at this phone number. So here's the CEO of the company reinforcing the sale, deepening the relationship between me, the new buyer, and his company. And he's even giving me his phone number. So I thought, now this is the kind of communications that we should be using in business to business. This is not, thank you for buying CardScan. We hope you like it. Goodbye. This is a real letter from a real person to a real customer. Let me show you one other example. This was an Echo Award-winning campaign from a New Zealand professional association called the Medical Group Management Association. This is sort of an interesting one. The Medical Group Management Association is made up of clinical practice administrators. So like, if you go to your dentist, there's the dentist, the doctor, right? There's also a person who runs the office. And it's that person that this trade association is designed to support. In an office like that, where you've got a doctor and you've got an office manager, who's got all the power? Who's the big cheese in the office? It's the doctor, right? The medical practice administrator is like downtrodden, never gets any respect. Any problems, they're on her shoulders. It's usually a female, at least in my country. And they are busy, they're underappreciated, they work hard, and the doctor gets all the glory and all the money, right? So these guys are really, a very particular audience. And in New Zealand, they created a trade association to try to give them some support, give them technical education, allow them to develop their professional skills and so forth. So the letter that comes in the mail encouraging people in medical practices to join this association, wait till you see the copy. Dear so-and-so, and this was personalized with the name, I know the work of a medical practice administrator isn't easy. With your wide range of responsibilities and the increasing complexity of healthcare management, you must face numerous challenges on a daily basis. Now, say you are the gal who's running this practice. Nobody ever gives you any respect. You work too hard. You're paid too little. What does this couple of sentences do for you? How do you feel? Someone's really getting my problem. Someone's connecting with me. What would you say? How would you feel after reading that? they understand me. And not only do they understand me, they appreciate me. They respect me. They think, what I do, I have numerous challenges on a daily basis. I'm pretty good. Would you keep reading the letter? Yeah. Here's someone who finally understands me. I want to know what they have to offer. So this is the kind of writing. We didn't learn this kind of writing in school from our teachers. This is the way you speak to your friends and your family. This is the kind of writing that builds relationships and motivates response. So, one other thing. Business-to-business copywriters have a bad habit of using jargon. This wonderful guy, David Meerman Scott, went out and counted the words that are sort of meaningless gobbledygook words and kept a gobbledygook tracker. Look at this: innovate, unique, leading provider, commitment, solution, blah, blah, world class. And he said, let's stop using these stupid words. Nobody believes them anyway. And so it's just an interesting thought for how to make your copy better. So with that, I think I'll just jump over this. Here's some lists of words that are really powerful in direct response communications. And I'm just going to jump over here and invite us all to go to lunch. I think it's 1:30. Supposed to go to lunch. And I hope I'll see you back here at 2:15. We have 45 minutes. And please bring some coffee, because I don't want you to fall asleep after their table. Who suggested that we should have some workshop activities. And conveniently, I have an exercise for you. So how about attending to this exercise? So are you ready to dive into this? Okay, I'm going to give you an example of a campaign where this campaign was conducted, or we're going to have an exercise, okay? A workshop exercise. A Microsoft reseller, you guys are all familiar with Microsoft, of course. A Microsoft reseller is someone who's selling Microsoft software and hardware to end customers, namely businesses, usually smaller businesses. And this Microsoft retailer, the objective of their campaign was to get businesses in the area to come to a seminar. And at the seminar, of course, they would try to sell them some products. So they sent 3 postcards to 1,000 names. They got the names from the local chambers of commerce. Do you guys have chambers of commerce in India? Local business people, right? And this reseller clearly had an area, a trading area, where they were active. So looking to names from a chamber of commerce might make some sense. Now, unfortunately, they sent the postcard 3 times to 1,000 people, and they only got 1 person to come. This is not a success. Agreed? 3,000 quantity, 1 respondent. So I'd like to ask you in your groups, so at this table we've got 3 people, this table we've got 2 people, 2 people. Do you have some other people coming? Okay, so when they show up, I'd like to ask you guys to analyze the creative strategy. Remember, we talked about creative, making sure that the words are as effective as they can be, that the design is supporting the offer, that the offer is powerful and perceived as high value by the prospect. And in order to, unfortunately, I don't have samples of the card itself, but I'll show you. This was the back of the postcard, and this was the front, the address here. Okay? So now if you have the creative on your laptop, you can see it. I might leave this here for part of the time and put it on this for part of the time. So I'd like to ask you guys to analyze this campaign, particularly from a creative point of view, and identify some reasons why you think this campaign was so much a failure. Only one respondent. What did they do wrong? What should they be doing differently? So I'll give you, I don't know, 10 minutes in your groups to analyze this, and please write down your top 3 reasons why this campaign was not as productive as it could be. Okay, 3 reasons why this campaign was a failure. Okay, so this is the back, this is the front. Okay, does everybody have, do you guys have it on the PDF? Yeah, but you can look along with him, right? Okay, you can either look over, or I can keep, excuse me. So just to remind you all, it was a Microsoft reseller campaign. They mailed to 1,000 names from a local chamber of commerce. Their objective was to try to get people to come to a seminar. Only one person showed up. It was a huge failure. And I'm asking, what did they do wrong creatively? What was the problem with this campaign? And please give 3 reasons why this campaign was unsuccessful. So this is the front of the back of the postcard, and this is the front of the postcard. Yeah. So do you have it on your, okay, so maybe you could share with everybody. Okay, friends, sounds like we've got some insights going on at these tables. I'm really excited to hear. I'm going to ask for 1 criticism from each table, okay? Because there are probably about 6 or 7 things that they did wrong here. But I just want to go around and give each table a chance to throw 1 dart at this target. So would you guys like to begin? What's your number 1 complaint about this thing? What did they do wrong? Okay, so the offer is not the hero. I'm glad you were listening in the seminar. This is good. What is the offer in this? The free breakfast, right? Free seminar. How do you like that offer? Just as an offer. I mean, who's the target audience here? Maybe IT professionals, maybe business owners. It's not really clear. And we're giving them a free breakfast. And they have to come to, remember we said an offer is a 2-way street? 2-way exchange of value. We're saying, come to our seminar for 3 hours, and we'll give you free breakfast. Do you think that's valuable enough? It's maybe the offer is a little bit weak. Okay, so what else? And then you were saying, and not only is the offer weak, they haven't promoted it. It's like buried. Where is the offer? Oh, here it is. It's in light type on a dark background. Can't even read it. And it's not the hero of the promotion. Great. Okay, so what do you guys have as a complaint?
The data that was picked up for the target audience was wrong because they have picked the data from the
Okay.
And the very important was the mailer field was not personalized. There was no personalization, not addressing the name of the company or the person to whom the mailer is being sent.
Okay, maybe it was. I mean, the name would be here, but you're saying there was no personalization here. Okay. Okay. So these guys are saying that maybe we're talking to the wrong person in the first place. Did others of you feel the same way? I know you had suggested that as a problem. What's the problem? What names are on the list of the Chamber of Commerce members? Who are those people?
I would imagine the owners of the
largely the business.
They're probably the business owners who are, interested in schmoozing and, being active in their communities. Are they the ones who are going to be buying IT solutions from a Microsoft reseller? Maybe not. We don't really know, but it's a very good question whether they have selected the right audience. And as we know, if you're talking to the wrong audience, no matter how powerful an offer it is, you're not gonna bring them in. Okay, and then you guys also said you thought that was it the copy? There was no personalization. Okay, very good point. So how about you guys? What was your key complaint about this thing?
There is a big content disconnect within the copy.
Oh, okay.
Too many things being said. So the exact takeaway so the biggest thing that you see here is upgrade your server. And anything supporting that is nowhere elaborated anywhere else.
Yeah.
And you're talking about things like way to dramatically improve network security or wipe out spam or connect with customers anytime, anywhere, which has got nothing to do with upgrading your server.
Right, right.
Not informative and educative, that is not here.
Right, right. You know what I would say? Even, taking your point and sort of making one addition, this is basically the headline, right? This headline scares the hell out of me. This headline, instead of enticing me, this headline says, I have to spend money. It was more threatening than appealing. So what should they have done with that headline? To make it not something that, I don't want to know, but something I do want to know. What could they have done? I mean, if I upgrade my server, what am I going to get?
So benefits, I think,
Yeah. It's really interesting. They give me plenty of benefits. I'm going to wipe out spam. I'm going to improve my network security. I'm going to connect with customers. All of these are wonderful benefits to my business. That's what should be in the headline. Why I should come and spend 3 hours. Now, you might also say, this seminar is a mistake. It should be like an hour. Something. No businessman is going to be able to devote an entire morning to listening to a sales pitch from Microsoft, right? Where everybody's too busy for that. So that's an issue as well. But in terms of pure creativity, they selected the wrong headline. And they buried the benefits. Now, what was your guys' idea of what was wrong with this?
Yeah, I think the target audience is a big question mark whether the Chamber of Commerce heads are people who should be addressed. We also felt that it's threatening the message. See, once I read it as a head of a business, I go to the second page. It looks like surrogate advertising for selling something else to me, which is the Office 2007 or Vista. So I see it as a way to get me in and trying to sell me something else under the pretext of calling me to something else. It looks like a sham.
Looks like a scam, yeah. So this copy is telling me I'm going to spend 3 hours being sold to. Why should I do this? And all I'm getting is this cheesy free breakfast.
And not probably the Chamber of Commerce, those guys called up their IT guys if they have one or a service provider and asked them, am I safe? They would have said, you're safe, don't worry. They would have backed them.
Right.
Thank you very much, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, right, right.
Using from a creative perspective,
Creative, yeah.
they've used the image of a laptop while talking about a server upgrade.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the.
That's sort of lame, isn't it? Yeah.
Another thing is what they've done right perhaps is use numbers as headlines to bring out stuff. But what they've not done is put numbers in the body copy. So where do I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, see, I agree. I mean, this headline tells me to stop reading. I don't want to know more. Oh my God, I've got a server upgrade. Oh God. That's like the last thing I want to hear about. But if they had said, come to the seminar and learn how you can eliminate spam forever, I'm like, I am there. I want to learn how to eliminate spam. So they complete. Now, what about the medium? Do you think a postcard? What was your thought about that?
Yeah, I think the Chamber of Commerce and that kind of people, we use something called dimensional communication.
Maybe we need a bit more media value here, more perceived value. Maybe, if it were me, I might have used a letter, a personal letter from me, the Microsoft letter, the Microsoft reseller, addressed, like you said, addressed to Dear Joe Schmo, business owner. We'd like to tell you, we're worried that that technology is changing so quickly, and you're plagued with all of these problems like spam and blah blah. Come have a breakfast on us and let us help you figure out some solutions to your business problems. Have it be a very warm, very personal letter, how we're going to help you, and then in the letter have like a coupon certificate that says, here's your free breakfast coupon, and call here and make an appointment for your breakfast or whatever. And just make it a more powerful medium than just a postcard. In my country, people throw postcards away. It's not really good business. It's not establishing a business relationship. Yeah, right.
If they reach out to the Chamber of Commerce, then they should have ideally looked at doing a co-branded activity rather than going it this way.
Great idea.
Doesn't lend any credibility. They would have piggybacked on the very fact that they've come to them because they're a member of a certain association.
Get the endorsement, the implied endorsement of the Chamber of Commerce. Yeah. Boy, there's a lot of marketing talent in this room. You guys are great coming up with really good ideas. Yeah, please. Sure. This one.
Targeting the business owner, right? Personalization is definitely missing. Targeting business owner, I would like to have a account manager, this number, where even if he wants to call him, he can do that.
Great idea. So it should be signed by an individual.
Number of business owner, one account manager.
Yeah. And this looks like advertising mail. Yeah. And how do you like the response vehicle here? Very long. Who is going to type in this URL? Look at this. Remember I was complaining to you about how nobody's going to type in your email address? Nobody's going to type in this ridiculous list. It's crazy. Now, they did have a phone number somewhere. Yeah, they do have one phone number with an extension, which would maybe serve as a key code, which is not unreasonable. Yeah. Yeah, it could be about to crash and take all your valuable information down with it. You're going to die, right. Come to our seminar or die. Yeah. No, I think they need to establish a relationship in a little bit warmer way. Now, that's not to say the two most important emotions in direct response copywriting are, one, fear, and two, greed. So using fear and greed can be very effective, but you want to do it in a more benefit-oriented way than they are here. Okay, well, thank you guys. I think we came up with some great ideas for why these guys, why their campaign failed and what they should do about it. Now let's dive into a little section on lead generation. Lead generation being a science rather than an art. Sales leads are all about what businesses need to do to reduce the amount of cold calling that their sales force has to do. Any of you cold calling today? You know the term cold calling. Who are you calling? You're calling business owners? You're just picking up the phone and saying, you don't know me, but it's tough. You know, the truth is, even a brilliant salesperson who can get a good prospect on the phone and really make a case, no salesperson really likes cold calling. And frankly, a business owner is hiring a salesperson to be driving as much revenue as he can. So providing a sales rep with a steady stream of qualified leads so that he can spend more time in front of prospects who actually have a prayer of buying and less cold calling is a good investment to make. So this is why I make the point that an investment in lead generation, management, and tracking is the best investment that a marketing function can make in business to business. Because your salespeople should not be cold calling. Lead generation is cheaper, and frankly, I hate to say it, your salesperson is paid too much to be doing cold calling. It's not good use of his time or her time. So go get your marketing department to generate some leads for you. You are part of the marketing team. Okay, great. All right, so this is, the reason why lead generation is so important in business today. Most businesses have sales forces, either field sales, telephone-based sales, or distributors or channel partners who have to get new customers. So a marketing function that can provide them with qualified leads can make them much more productive. Now, the word lead is widely misused in the world of business to business. So I'd like to propose that a sales lead is not just a name, it's someone who has a prayer of actually buying from you. So he's in the right industry, has some interest in your product or service, and it's a complete contact. A qualified lead, the definition of a qualified lead is someone who is ready to take up the time of your expensive and valuable sales force. So I make this point because there are a lot of data companies, I'm sure nobody is in this room who does this, but there are data companies who sell their data and call it lead lists. These are not lead lists. These are simply contacts. So it's a misnomer to call them leads. They are not leads until we have determined whether they have any interest in our product or service and if they are ready to see a salesperson, to become qualified. Okay, so that would say that just because you've gone to a trade show and you've encouraged people to come by and drop their business cards into your fishbowl, or you scanned their card at a show, these are not leads. These are strictly inquirers. And if you hand those names to your salesperson without doing additional qualification, you're basically still asking your salesman to cold call. So much more work needs to be done on those names. Do you guys agree with me? Factory, what happens to the leads?
So all the leads that come, there's coding done on them, and the right person has been identified. Then there is another team who generates appointments with salespeople.
Great. Okay, you can leave the seminar now. She's already doing what I am proposing should be done. I'm sorry? Slightly differently. And there will be differences. How do you do it?
We try and get the list of the people who are going to be a part of the trade show. We try and identify as to who are the people, who's the customer, who's the vendor, and who's whatever.
Great.
And we try and see as to who our customers, possible prospects could be. We call on them, identify daily with each other, or if there's possible interest in doing or offering gigs, so try and see if we can.
An appointment at the show. Excellent. Okay, so this is pre-show appointment setting. Absolutely wonderful technique, because that means that the 3 hours that you're spending, or the 3 days, whatever it is, at the show, you're going to be having quality conversations instead of just random people coming by and dropping their business card in your fishbowl. Very good. That's a terrific plan. Yeah, please.
The way we go about it, especially for an event, is so pre-event is very similar to what you guys do. During the event, overall the responses have been captured. So they say before being passed over, so we also have a lead gen in-house. So before passing on to them, they are categorized into two categories: one that have response, and the others that don't have.
Okay.
So the ones that already have a response are, then fed as per the lead scoring parameters to see if they qualify in the first quick sale. If not, then a calling activity is done.
Excellent.
The ones that we not touch base at all with are the ones whom a calling activity is done. Lead scoring rationale follows.
Okay.
Based on which the inside sales team or the lead gen team would then qualify them as a marketing qualified lead.
Wonderful.
Then
Wonderful.
it has to go to a sales guy who has to necessarily
Accept the lead.
accept it as a sales qualified lead, else it will again come back into the lead nurturing cycle.
Very good.
So that's how
Okay, and that is exactly the process that I'm going to describe in this afternoon's material. But before we even get there, let me ask you how many leads you as a marketing group need to deliver to your sales counterparts? Well, here's a formula that can help you calculate the right number of leads. If you generate too many leads and hand them too many leads to sales, what happens? They can't follow up on them all. And the ones that they can't follow up on, you've wasted that marketing investment, right? If you hand too few leads to your sales counterpart, what happens?
even in that case, there will be lesser productivity because there is lesser.
They won't meet their quota, or they'll have to do cold calling, or they'll otherwise hate you. Something like that. So we in marketing need to deliver exactly the right number of leads in the period. So it might be in the year, it might be in the quarter, it might be half a year. So here's a formula, very simple formula for how to calculate that. We begin with the average quota per rep, which I'm using $3 million here. This is sort of a large enterprise. Like an IBM salesman might have $3 million as his quota. What's the quota, average quota size in your company for a sales rep? I don't know. Do you guys, anybody know? each rep is going to have a different. Very good point. So that says, and thanks for bringing this up, that says that you may want to do this calculation 10 different times, one for each vertical, because it's going to vary so much. New business versus current business. Okay. But let me explain how, the logic here, and then you can refine it for your own needs. So first we say, all right, each rep has to deliver $3 million in the period. We know that a certain amount of that money is going to come in naturally. They're working their accounts. There's inquiries that come over the transom that just naturally occurs in their territory. They don't need marketing help for the whole $3 million. So let's subtract out some percentage and say that is self-generated. So here we said it was 40%. So they need marketing support for the remaining 60%, $1.8 million. So how many deals does that mean? How many deals do they have to close in the period? Let's divide it by the average order size. So I don't know. Let's say in this industry vertical, the average deal size is $60,000. So that means that my rep needs to do 30 deals. Let's divide that by the conversion rate of qualified lead to sales. So my reps need to be given 150 qualified leads a period, or we're dead. They're either going to do cold calling, or they're not going to finish their quota, or we're going to invest too much in marketing and waste our budget. See how that formula works? Pretty straightforward math, right? Okay, so you can go do that for your own companies. But what I want to talk about now is how, compared to so much in marketing, where a lot of what we do is sort of creative, new ideas, insights, brilliance, creativity. In lead generation, it's really more a science than it is an art. It's about process, boring old process. And the company with the best process is the one that is going to win in the lead generation world. Would you agree with this? This is absolutely the world that you're living in. Absolutely. Okay, so we begin with this process. We're going to generate an inquiry. We're going to handle it. I'll walk you through all of this. Qualify it. If it's not qualified, nurture it. Once it is qualified, we hand it to the sales team. They then close it. We track that closure, and we try to do it better the next time. So this is the loop that we're gonna describe now. Okay, what we're really talking about is a numbers game. The conversion rates is where all of our results take place. We might be able to get 100 inquiries. Only 20 of those might qualify. We might, to try to get to the rest of them, we might only be able to contact half, but let's expect really only 2 sales by the end of the day. Was there a question over here? Yeah? Does that sound similar? And how the conversion rates work out in your business are going to be unique to you. But generally, we're talking about keeping the funnel full at the top and hoping we manage to get some qualified leads out at the bottom. Any comment? No? Sure. Yeah, I made this up. I made this up. What numbers would be appropriate in your business? Right. So you're able to qualify 90% of your inquiries? Depends on how you define it. Okay. So if you have a 90% qual rate, then great. Most of us who are using less intrusive media than cold calling by phone are likely to get more unqualified inquiries coming in. So we'll look at some numbers in a minute. Okay, so now I would like to share with you a very controversial set of media channels that in the US are the most productive channels for outbound cold prospecting. So these are the vehicles through which we speak to people we have no business relationship with. No relationship. So the top media channel is to convert your website into a lead generator. Fill out the form. Request for info, but let's make it sweeter than that. I'm going to have a quote, get a quote, I don't know. I don't even know you. I'm not going to ask for a quote. An offer. What have we been talking about all morning? Thank you. I paid this guy to say that. Absolutely. We need an incentive offer. I'm just going to show you an example here. You guys know RSA. It's an enterprise security company. Here's their homepage. It's actually a homepage from a couple of years ago. Their homepage is a very busy homepage. But notice this document right here, prescriptive advice from Fortune 1000 security executives. Get the full report now. They show you a little picture of the report you're going to get. You click here, and they bring you to this landing page where they ask you to fill in all of this stuff and get your free report. This is an offer. If you are visiting their site, you're already interested in security. You want to know what the Fortune 1000 security experts are saying. Oh my God, I'm not going to lift a finger before learning about that stuff. All I have to do for it is fill out this stupid form, and then I get the free download. This is how you convert your website to a lead generator. And the minute that data goes into your database, then you can figure out what to do with it. Additional qualification, nurturing, hand it to sales, whatever. What do you think?
That's exactly what needs to be done.
Thank you. Exactly. This is not science. I mean, this is not rocket science. This is just process. But it kills me. How many B2B companies don't even do this basic blocking and tackling? Somehow they think their website is so beautiful. Oh, if you just cruise around my website, somehow magic will happen and we'll be able to sell to you. But we don't know your name until we motivate you to give it to us so that we can hand it to our salesman, get them to call, and otherwise get a relationship kicked off.
I just want to share
Please.
something.
Yeah.
We did an campaign, email a campaign based on certain case study. We never published that case study on the website. It was a non-index page which you would not find on the sitemap.
Oh.
So the entire communication was, we are sending you
Unique.
this unique case study which
Special.
you will not find on our website.
Excellent.
And that actually gave us a lot more conversion than any other campaign. One was the peer relation in that entire case study example. And the second thing was the exclusivity that was built around it.
So they thought, I'm getting something special.
In fact, people actually wrote back saying, I'm not able to find the case study on the website. That was done intentionally so that until unless you don't go onto that email, you won't land onto that.
Very good.
So it was not a qualified database. It was just a raw database, but had a very relatively healthy conversion.
This promotional thing may or may not work for all the industries.
Correct.
For the industry that we operate in, it might not be relevant.
Might not be appropriate. But otherwise, how are you going to know when someone who is searching on security came to your website? How are you going to be able to market to him? Oh, I beg your pardon. IP address works great in business to business. Don't tell anybody in consumer marketing, because it doesn't work in consumer. It is our little secret. We are so lucky. The deal is that if someone comes from a corporate domain name, that domain can be identified through their IP address. You can then go out using Google Analytics or, you know, a service. There are lots of service providers that offer this. And you can find out who is the CEO, who's the CIO of this company. And then you can phone them. Now, maybe you don't want to call in and say, hey, we saw you guys poking around our site this week. That would sort of be not the right message. But at least you have the ability to start a relationship of some sort. Like maybe, hey, I'm selling security, need any? You know, and not mention that you saw that they came by. Now, there are a couple of companies that are available today that are actually automating this IP identification process and selling it to people like us. Are you using one? Who are you using? Lead Forms. Okay, so they're one of the solution providers. The one I know best is called Visitor Track. And Visitor Track has software. They put a little piece of code on your website. When a certain domain name is visited, it visits your site, they send you an alert. And the alert sort of looks like this. They say, hey, Aramark, a manufacturing company with 18 million in revenue, Fortune 216, came to your site at this time of day, and here's what they were looking at. Isn't this cool? Here's how many minutes they spent on each page in your site. And by the way, here's the director of marketing at Aramark. Here's the director of operations. Would you like to download the contact, get their phone number and their email address, and maybe you can, you know, take some outbound message to this group?
The only challenge in this entire setup is
yeah.
all the information regarding that visitor that is fed, to the marketer is largely from it's being fetched from a database that only houses the corporate headquarters.
Exactly.
So you might have someone from a local office who might have visited your website, but it will still show you the contact details for the corporate headquarters and not the, in fact, you won't even get the board number for that local office.
Correct.
That's one of the
This is the downside. You don't know who at that company actually visited your site. So that means a skillful salesperson needs to network his way by phone around that company and try to figure out where is the need, who is kicking our tires, and and try to figure out a way to follow up with them legitimately. So you're right, this is not perfect, but it's still very cool. And it's not available to consumer marketers. If it were, well, first of all, it's technically not available because everybody's coming from these massive, like Verizon.com and AOL and Yahoo and stuff and Hotmail. You can't. There's nothing you can get from that. But also, consumers would be furious if we could actually act, because they think their visits are anonymous. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay, so back to the issue of the top techniques. Solicit leads at your website. To my mind, this is the cheapest and best lead generation you can get today. The problem is you can't get enough of them. Because, we hope people are coming to your website and we can convert them. But frankly, of 100 visitors to your website, only 2 or 3 are going to download that stupid white paper you put there. The response rate, there's going to be a lot of missing opportunity. Another technique, my second favorite, is to introduce a referral program in your business today. How many of you are using referral programs? What does your referral message say? And to whom does it go?
We've actually segmented our existing customers into different tiers. And they've the exclusivity in being a member of a certain group, and why, what is the rationale as to why you are here, is something that is being communicated, and then communication happens as to these are your benefits from time to time.
Great.
We get them certain mutually beneficial industry platforms where they can interact with their business, not ours.
Yeah. Terrific.
The intention is we keep our tone, we don't want to directly sell to them, but we want to be their business facilitators.
Right.
So that's the approach that we've taken.
Very
It's
nice.
more of a thought leadership approach.
I like it. And what are you doing in the referral arena?
So RTG is typically one of our flagship products is HR decision makers. So what we do is send out a white paper with the latest research data.
Brilliant.
Forward it to the your HR contacts, and we can send them a copy on your behalf. So it goes with.
Great idea.
The problem with that is I send it to our HR decision maker. He sends it to his team.
Yeah.
So I don't get other contacts of the network of the
Oh, outside, third parties, yeah.
it happens that way. So then we change our communication and send it out saying, share it with your network and
Yeah.
share it.
So maybe social media would be a way to try to generate that outside of the department. What I know is that referral business, after your website, referral business is the second best lead generator that you can have. Again, you can't build your business 100% through referrals. But it's amazing how few business-to-business marketers ask their current customers to give them names to market to. Business people, if they're asked, they'll respond. If they like you and you've done good business with them, just ask for the order. It's remarkable how generous people will be. People actually like to be asked. And so I've provided some fake copy here, some suggested copy. You can put this in a PS in a letter. You can put this on your order form, your thank you notes, whatever. And just remind people that asking for their referral. I came across a neat example from a company. This is one of those. This is a franchised printing company. So it's like storefronts for small businesses. You can go get all your copies, maybe get your business cards produced and signage and so forth. They put their referral request inside their email signature. So nobody ever has to type it. It's all pre-canned in there. And that means every employee is asking for a referral with every outbound email. Great idea. Costs them nothing. So I urge you to try stuff like this. Now, there's another cool thing that's going on that I thought you'd be interested in relating to this IP address thing. Some of the publishers in North America, anyway, are using this IP address identification thing to do targeted banner advertising. So you can advertise on their websites only to visitors from certain companies. It's a cool idea, right? So if you have some key accounts that you're trying to build a special relationship with, these publishers will say, okay, we're going to charge you twice the cost per thousand, but we're going to eliminate waste and only deliver up your ad when somebody from target account X or Y comes to our website. I don't know if this is available in India. Domain name targeting of banner advertising. It's very limited. Oh, with Linden? LinkedIn. LinkedIn offers this service. That makes sense. Yeah, poor LinkedIn. They need more and more revenue opportunities. So glad to hear that. This is actually from, like Forbes and Business Week, the Wall Street Journal. Business publishers are offering this in the US. Thought it would be something of interest. Now, when you think about which tactics are getting the most traction in lead generation. If we look always in the upper right-hand quadrant, what's working best is events, webcasts, search marketing, company website, trade shows, email, PR, and direct mail, which sort of confirms what I was saying earlier, that the top media channels, I'll just go back, are website, referral, search engine, this goes without saying, outbound telemarketing, like what you guys are doing, direct mail, including dimensional mail, which you guys were doing, and then trade shows, but only if you do the trade show marketing right, meaning you have pre-show promotions to try to establish as many appointments as possible, and that the audience on the show floor is highly qualified. And there's not a lot of waste. And then trade shows can be very effective for lead generation.
Very important actually in search engine marketing is phone is the king.
Phone.
Form, not a good qualified person who like to fill a form. Not everybody will like to fill a form. But having a phone number and a trackable phone number really works.
Yeah, so having the trackable phone number, you're saying, in the in whatever the message is, to motivate people to call in. Is that what you're saying? Great idea. Okay, so now I'm going to move on, friends, and talk about the lead generation media that are not working today, so you can save your money. Now, one of these is rental email. Now, I don't know. Maybe rental email is working in India, but in my country, it's basically dead, with some exceptions. Mostly it's dead because of spam and spam filters, and people don't want to get email from people they haven't heard of before. Now, once you have a business relationship, email is a superior medium in every way. It's personal, it's cheap, it's immediate, fast. But for a cold contact, email is not working. We're seeing lower cost per lead through dear old direct mail than we are through email in business to business today. So what's it like here in India?
US is that we do it US. We do a cold email, but we don't send an email first. Call them, introduce, let them know, and then send a cold email.
Bingo. Okay. So I would call that telemarketing with email follow-up. Works great. So it's a 1-2 punch, but the email is going to someone that they've already heard of. So it can be very, very effective. Yeah, wonderful. But there's still, unfortunately, many marketers who say, I need to go reach nuclear engineers. Go get me a list, an email list. And I say, no, you don't want to do that. You want to use a medium where they are more likely to consider this someone that they're really interested in starting a relationship with. Now, you may be wondering, why would Ruth put broadcast advertising on this list of media that are not working in lead gen? Are you guys using broadcast, radio, television? Okay, sure.
Once again, primarily in the US, I'm referring to.
Okay.
Which one do you think works better? Obviously, an outbound call will be there, but sending an email and then an outbound, or an outbound call and then an email?
Yeah, go ahead.
I prefer the second option, which is to do an outbound call and then send an email.
Yeah.
But my decision makers are CXOs and the executive VPs and above.
Yeah.
It's tough to get them over the phone.
Yeah.
10 attempts, not successful.
Well, I have an opinion, but I also know the answer. My opinion is, first you should phone, and then you should email.
Right, that's what we also do.
But here's the answer. Test it. Test it. So take half of your file and do email, phone, and the other half do phone, email, and see which one is more productive.
We've done it both ways. We've been doing it for the last 5 years plus now. But
Okay, so what's your answer?
It's a mix of both. I mean, I've had more success with a call followed by an email, but in few instances we are not successful because the executives are never available. Even if they're right there, we're never going to answer the call.
Right.
So do you have any statistics as to which could be better one?
Do not have. My big answer is test it. Sounds like you're doing a lot of testing and refining, and that's really the best answer. Any other? Yeah. Okay, now, just on the subject of broadcast, why do you think I'm disrespecting broadcast here? Is anybody using television, radio for cold prospecting to business audiences? Yeah, for brand awareness maybe, although I believe that brand awareness is a waste of money in business markets. My opinion, paid anyway. If I'm going to be investing in awareness building, I want to turn that into direct response communication so I at least can kick off a relationship with an individual buyer. But that's just me. Sometimes corporate budgets are set up differently and you can't really. But you're right. Broadcast advertising is vastly too expensive for most companies to use for lead generation. The barriers to entry are really high. You might have to spend $50,000 to even create a commercial in the first place, not to mention airtime, so it tends to be too expensive. Print advertising, I'm also putting on the do not use list, but sometimes it can work. The reason that print advertising tends not to work is that it's not structured to be response-oriented advertising. Like you said, if you're using print for awareness building, that's not going to generate a lead. You have to include an offer, a benefit statement, a call to action, a response vehicle. And most print advertisers don't know how to do that. They haven't thought about it. They don't do it. So I put it on this list. Yeah. If you put an offer and a call to action and a response vehicle, I am with you. Trade advertising can be so productive. It's the right audience. But it needs to be converted into direct response advertising. If the objective is lead generation, if the objective is building awareness, then, God love you, go do it all you want. Now, trade shows, as I mentioned, very expensive. Do you know what the average cost per contact at a trade show is today? $280. Just to have a conversation with one person at a show. When that gets translated into cost per thousand, oh my God, this is an expensive medium. Now, on the other hand, compared to putting your salesmen on a plane and flying them around to have a conversation, trade shows are extremely productive. So they have to be applied to the best possible use. So trade shows are not great for cold lead generation on a cost per lead basis, but they're excellent for enhancing and deepening a relationship, which is why smart people use a trade show as they use pre-call or pre-show appointment setting, and all the prospects fly in at their own expense. You fly your salespeople in at their own expense, and they can have more meetings in a week than they could have in 6 months if they had to fly around by themselves. Okay, now what about social media? Dun, 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 dun. Where do you see social media as a lead generator? Twitter, yes, all others no. You're going out on a limb. I like this. Yeah, let's hear your explanation.
Twitter, so we've tried our hands at doing it across, except for YouTube. Only in Twitter was the response captured in the right essence in terms of query and the requirement. Because it's very difficult to rationalize. You need to have conversations, a string of conversations to yield any meaningful inquiry, and it's very time consuming. You need to have dedicated resources to do that. Facebook, most of the people we reached out to were in no business mood whatsoever
Right.
to either respond to or to, so their involvement is purely from a brand association perspective at best,
Yeah.
not from a business to business kind of a setup. LinkedIn is mostly answers for existing business problems without spending money.
Okay.
But Twitter has actually given us Twitter is still giving us return.
Okay, great.
At least the run rate, low order deals are still being sourced. In fact, we encourage the sales guys, and our sales guys are, when they're not prospecting on field, they're prospecting on Twitter,
Is that right?
trying to hold conversations to the extent possible.
Okay.
Again, it's for a B2B scenario.
This sounds like an interesting experiment. Are any of the others of you using social media for?
LinkedIn, but we've got to identify leads through LinkedIn, some reach in, but for whatever reason they weren't qualified enough to be pushed on to sales. But yeah, we're able to find leads through LinkedIn.
Okay. And how about you?
We've done quite a bit on social media. So we tried LinkedIn. We did email through LinkedIn.
Mm-hmm.
From a database of 1,000 people, we got one lead,
Mm-hmm.
but that one lead gave us close to 1 crore of business. So in terms of money, we did it. In terms of number of leads, it wasn't.
Didn't
Yeah.
get enough going.
Return on investment, but yeah.
Yeah.
So it wasn't exactly needed. We are present on LinkedIn though we are present on Facebook. For the end beneficiaries of our services, it is a very good platform. Not the corporates, but the end beneficiaries of our services, and they end up asking us queries, contact numbers in case and we solve them. The query resolution is very good on Facebook.
Okay.
We started doing 7 months ago, and we have 300 fans. Within 6.5, 7 months, we've done about 3,800 fans now.
Wow.
So engagement on Facebook really works. We also have a channel in YouTube wherein we post all our videos and launches, press conferences, videos about new products and all that. So that also is we have quite a few visitors.
Okay. That sounds like you're really experimenting with a lot. What else?
Twitter is the only platform which in the free mode itself, it gives you the advanced search features in full. LinkedIn, you're not able to use the advanced search as a normal user.
Unless you pay, right.
You need to be an advanced user.
Mm-hmm.
The zoning down as far as the geography is concerned,
Yeah.
for one of my sales guys who's based out of a certain territory, and him choosing a radius of an X kilometers or miles, and then doing that search really works. But
Yeah.
random won't. So
Yeah.
what we do is we use Facebook and LinkedIn more for brand awareness and Twitter for.
Interesting. Okay, well, I also have a point of view on this. So let me just share my thinking on this. And it sounds like a lot of exciting developments are going on with you guys. Certainly B2B, all the data suggests that B2B marketers are diving in to social media head first. There's a lot going on. 42% said that they are, some not very heavily, but heavily leveraging social media. 90% of business marketers are trying something at least. Where I net out is that, remember, this is about lead generation, qualification, and nurturing, our process. I would say that for lead generation as a whole, the two key media are Twitter, like you said, and blogging. Now, the only caveat is, well, there are lots of caveats, but the only caveat is that you have to turn them into direct response communications. You have to have an offer and a landing page where you capture the data, because otherwise you're just talking out into space, and you don't have the ability to sustain and expand a relationship. So and then the other caveat, of course, is, does anybody have time to write a blog? I don't. A lot of companies have recognized that blogs are a great way to do thought leadership, establish yourself as an authority on a certain subject. But after 6 months, they run out of things to say. Nobody has time. So blogging is starting to decline in the corporate world. Actually, the way to solve that is to hire a freelancer to do your blogging for you. But the advantage of both of these is, as long as you include an offer and a landing page, you can actually capture the data. And so therefore, it can turn into a lead. Now, the reason I don't have LinkedIn on there, I bet you were surprised. Why doesn't she have LinkedIn up in the inquiry? It's because it's not scalable. The only thing LinkedIn will let you do today that has any scale is banner advertising. All this in-mail stuff really feels like spam to me. I'm getting in-mails all the time, and I hate them. Are you guys receiving in-mail from? It sucks, you know. But then for actually digging into an account, like trying to find someone you want to talk to in a certain account or who has a certain job title, that's not marketing. That's sales. That's more sales, business development. It's not scalable. I can't run a campaign on LinkedIn, is my point. So that's why I don't have it in the inquiry generation category.
When you talk about the blog, you're talking about a company blog, basically.
Yeah, I am. Or maybe comments in general blogs or other people's blogs, yeah. This is Facebook. That's one of the Facebook logos. I should have used FB, sorry. But for qualification purposes, LinkedIn and Facebook actually have some potential. The reason that Facebook can be helpful is that there's, 100 million people on it globally. So your prospect, maybe that's a way to, like you were saying, a way of keeping, finding out what these people do and using them for qualifications, certainly in LinkedIn. And then for lead nurturing, outbound communications to sustain the relationship and keep in touch with a prospect until he's ready to buy. Some of these social media can be very effective. So that's what you're doing with Twitter, YouTube. That's what you're doing with YouTube. So I think there's potential. But look, let's face it. Social media has only been around for less than 10 years. I mean, we're all trying to figure out what to do with this stuff. I think, get in, experiment, see what you can figure out, but don't build your revenue plan on it. You're not gonna be able to meet your quota with this stuff. It's still not scalable. You want to argue with me? I'm more about, I need lead generation programs that are scalable, predictable, reliable, and that will help my salespeople actually fill their quotas. And this stuff is too airy-fairy at the moment, but worth experimenting with. All right, now, landing pages. The landing page is your all-important data capture element, which if you screw up the landing page, you might as well not even do any cold prospecting in the first place. And a bunch of really good best practices about landing pages have emerged. Like, one thing is that the landing page needs to be visually connected to the original ad. So if you were using banner advertising or email advertising to motivate someone to click through, they should get a clue that, oh, this is the same message and a continuation of the same message. So visually, you have to deliver on the promise. Only ask for the data that you need. We talked about that before. pre-populate the forms wherever you can, and test banner advertising, landing page optimization. Like I mentioned, whichtest1.com. This is where you can see amazing examples of banner advertising best practices. What? Oh, if you are addressing the person with digital media that suggests you already know their name and email, then have that data collected at the landing page so they don't have to type it in again. But that is only possible if you have the data in the first place.
For text ads,
Yeah.
and not display ads. So I have a headline, as you said, we've got 190 characters in total to play with.
Yeah.
From that perspective, does there need to be some alignment between the headline, or rather the
Great question.
content and the landing page headline?
Yeah, it may not be visual because in a text ad you don't have any visual, but it should talk about the same theme. So if your search engine marketing ad says, feature X, we have the best blah blah, and then they come to the landing page and you're saying, we have the best hee hee. They're like, wait, I thought you were talking about blah blah. Why are you talking about hee hee here? So that's the continuity that's important. You know, have you guys ever done direct mail in the past? Used direct mail for prospecting? Any of you? So you know how direct mail theory says that the envelope tells, the letter sells. And what that means is, you know, the purpose of the outer envelope is to motivate you to get inside so we can really sell you in the letter. In search engine marketing, the 190-word ad is the envelope, and the landing page is the letter, because that's where you have the time to close the deal and persuade them to actually fill out the form, visit your website, come to your seminar, whatever it is. It's a great concept, don't you think? Okay, then, so about landing pages, I think I have a couple of examples. Oh dear, did I let this freeze up again? No. I have a couple of examples of what not to do. Oh, here's what I was telling you about. Here's an ad that says, mutual funds. I guess I've run out of juice here. Mutual funds, free guide, learn to invest smarter with Ameriprise Financial. So the ad promises a free guide, but then you click through and there's no free guide. What happened? You know, so there's no payoff here. It's a, you know, total screw up, right? Get rid of it. Here's another example of an interesting test. They did an A-B split where the only difference here is this image versus this video. Everything else was the same. The ad with the video means the first person who clicked on the search engine ad went to that version, the second person went to that version, back and forth, back and forth. You finally had a perfect split. And this version lifted response by 300% for free. You know, didn't cost them any more. But they were able, through split testing, to find a lot more productivity in their advertising as a result.
Why did the second one move?
No, I think video is just so powerful today. And maybe there were other reasons, I don't know. Okay, so moving along. So here we have another test where, coincidentally, they were doing headline testing here. So they were testing primary storage and backup storage against more tech and less tech. The more tech and less tech headlines provided a 300% lift. Who knew? You know, they would never have been able to determine that result based on guesswork. But through testing, they were able to make the determination. Aren't you persuaded? See, I love direct marketing because you can test everything, especially with landing pages today. Okay, moving on, we're just going to finish up on lead generation tracking and management before our tea break. The next stage in the process is that you have to deliver against what you promised in the offer. So if the offer was get a free PDF download, if it was we'll send you a CD, whatever it is, you have to get that thing out fast. And anybody who thinks that people are willing to wait are needed to close the qualification gap. Nurturing tactics, everything in the laundry room. You can try everything to keep in touch. Here's an example of a typical nurturing flow where on day 1, we send out a thank you. Day 7, we send a research report. Day 30, we send a case study. See how you could set this up so that we're not boring them. We're educating them. We're keeping in touch. We're deepening the relationship. And when they're ready to buy, then we're going to hand it to sales. Any comments? Are you guys starting to fall asleep? I know this is a lot of material. Shall I kill it?
Definitely good. But the challenge is, as of now, campaigns, one thing from the lead gen standpoint is targeting. I mean, we all have targets, weekly targets, monthly targets, quarterly targets.
Right.
So from our standpoint, we want to hand across to sales as early as possible and try and see if you meet a minimum criteria of qualification. Ensure we are meeting a numbers of targets.
Yeah.
If we follow this nurturing, we will not be able to meet the target which sales wants all of this to happen, then give it to them.
What is the answer to his problem?
Actually, lead nurture follows from lead scoring. If you set that correctly, then ideally the lead nurture, or what all data you're getting for lead nurture, should be that bracket which is not willing to buy at this point of time. So even if you go to hand over that particular to sales, they'll still not qualify, they'll still not convert.
It's not necessarily, it's only a band lead which should be qualified. There are quite a good number of leads which do not meet anywhere close to band, but it's a lot more than band at times on a case-to-case basis. We've had scenarios, we've had examples, we won businesses which were just a fluke to the band.
I would say, in this example, it's just the little I know that you've mentioned, I would say your pipeline needs more volume. So you got to put more in the top. Because if you're getting down to the bottom and you're not able to provide enough qualified leads to your prospects, that means that you need a wider funnel at the top.
Understood. I
Okay.
need a wider funnel, but the vertical that I have is limited. Example, I have a manufacturing vertical that I need to penetrate.
Great. Then you need to use more intrusive media. I'm coming up with ideas. I don't know. Like the phone. I know you're already using the phone. The phone is more intrusive than mail, and certainly more intrusive than email. So you're trying to work that account when it's limited. Maybe you could add to the mix some other tactics like webinars or other ways to maintain the communications.
Nurturing any which way. Maybe not during one of these. Maybe I'll cut it short by 2 weeks and then reduce it once a week or once in 2 weeks.
Speed up the frequency. Yeah.
But my challenge is I'm supposed to meet the target, and I will meet the target only if I hand it over to sales.
Well, it sounds like they're forcing your hand. It sounds like you don't have a choice.
Month-on-month increase in the number of leads.
No, it's not month-on-month increase. It's a steady number. Sorry. You're asking me?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you that month on month, do you see a gradual increase in the number of total inquiries, not even leads? Let's see the total number of inquiries you receive. Is there a steady growth in that?
Could I ask you guys, would you guys mind, talk about it during the break? Because it sounds like you both have some good ideas. So I just want to make sure that we all get through all this material. you are using marketing automation tools that allow you to conduct these qualification messages, nurturing messages over time when, you know, there are lots of moving parts, and an automated system can make it more easy for you. Are you? Yeah, what tools are you guys using? Lead Formix, and you? Constant Contact? I know you sell a system that does this, so we're not going to make this a sales pitch for him, but there are several marketing automation vendors out there that, and marketers are beginning to realize that for lead quality, lead development, marketing automation is becoming a standard tool. It's really important. Now, Gartner, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Gartner, the research firm. Every year they assess the vendors out there. This year, Eloqua and Marketo are sort of in their magic quadrant, but there are lots of other producers that they looked at. Microsoft Dynamics, they're not seeming to recommend much. This data was just published last month. But where, you know, things net out is that lead nurturing is still a pain point for marketers. There's still a lot of improvements that are needed, but I'm sure that after this seminar today, you guys are going to go back to your companies and fix this problem, right? Come on, I'm looking for the yes, okay, thank you. Whew. Boy, I had to work hard for that one. So one last point, how do you decide which salesman gets the lead? I'm dying to know what you guys are doing. There are a lot of different ways to make this decision. How do you guys decide who gets the lead? How's it structured in your company? Okay. Do you ever reduce the leads from salespeople who have low close rates? That sometimes happens. Yeah, I've seen marketers say, listen, sales guys, if you diss me, I'm not going to send you any more leads. So be nice to me. It's sort of a little bit of a joke. But there are lots of ways to do it. The way you transfer the leads, a lot of people are doing it by web-based systems today, or by email, or lead management software like what you guys are using. Then, of course, we have to measure the results of our lead generation programs. Usually these measurements come in activity-style metrics, which is what marketing can really manage, and results-based metrics, which is what they need sales rep info to manage. If you are working in a sales environment where the salespeople and the marketing people all report to the same function, then you ought to be using sales-related metrics. But if you're handing the lead to an independent third-party distribution channel, they're never going to report back to you on the results. And if you ask them, they'll say, yeah, I'll let you know next week. But their independent vendor, they don't want you to know anything about their business. So you have to rely on activity-based metrics like, well, what was the cost per lead? What was the cost per qualified lead? And that's really the best you can do. Anybody using different metrics from these for running your lead generation programs? What are you using? Yeah. Well, we're always looking for ways to become more accountable and deliver more value to our firms. So when it's possible, I would argue that we should all be going for campaign ROI or a proxy like expense to revenue ratio is the preferred method. And we can talk about lead tracking. Now, there's one last point that I want to make, which is that leads are a really valuable asset to a firm. So it's a good idea in your companies to sort of educate everybody about how much money has been invested in leads and how much value a lead can potentially deliver in revenue, so that people treat these things with respect, because lots of money is tied up in lead management, and it needs to be handled properly. So with that, here's a kind of action plan for how to do lead management. I'll just leave this with you, and I think we can now go take our break, and when we come back, we'll look at multi-touch integrated campaigns for business to business, where life gets very difficult because nobody knows how to measure the value of each touch. And if you're going to come back expecting me to tell you how to attribute the value of each touch in a multi-touch, multi-channel campaign, don't bother. There is no answer. But I'll give you some ideas for how to approximate it. Industrial marketing, and this applies across the board, is that only 7% of purchase decisions are made by a single party. There's this thing called the decision-making unit. Sometimes it's called the buying circle. And these are all the people. They have different roles. And we have to know how to talk to them. First of all, we have to know who they are. That's the data issue. And then we need to gain insight so that we can talk to them in the language that interests them. So let me just ask you guys, thinking about, say, a specifier. What is a specifier? Well, what would you say? Oh, sorry. Okay, not to put you on the spot. What does a specifier do in a buying role? No.
Whatever this, the exact requirement in terms of
Exact requirements. So it might be like technical specifications or details about exactly what are our requirements. It's usually a technician, it might be an engineer, it's somebody who is going to say, if we're going to buy in this category, we need to have all these details. Okay, so what is on the mind of a specifier? What do they care about? Okay, we need to deliver exactly what they want. And on a personal level, what do they care about? What's the driver personally inside the company? What do they care about? This is sort of an esoteric question, but I might say they don't want to look wrong. They don't want to be embarrassed. They're technical, they take pride in their capabilities, they're maybe competitive. We need to understand what drives these people. Let's think about another one, a decision maker. What's on the mind of a decision maker? What do they care about? Cost. What else do they care about? Value. And how is the value determined? What's in it for him? What are they looking for, decision makers? What? Hard? Sorry? I can't. ROI, exactly. So that's another thing about value. They're also often interested in productivity. Like, is this solution giving my workforce more productivity, getting more value, getting more ROI? So what we need to do as marketers is understand the minds of each of these people, understand who they are, how to reach them, and then tailor our messaging so that it talks to their needs. Now, this is a huge database issue because we don't know, first of all, we don't even know who they are. We don't know if we have the right people in our database. Based on title, we can't really determine what their role in the buying process is. So this is why strong B2B marketers are usually doing a lot of outbound phoning to try to find out who's the decision maker, who's the specifier, who's the influencer, and what do they care about. So what we're finding is that this is really getting more and more difficult today. Here's a study from Marketing Sherpa that says in large enterprises, for more than $25,000 purchase, which is like nothing, right? $25,000, 21 people are involved. 21 people. This is ridiculous, frankly. 21 people need to be involved in a $25,000 decision, but this is the way the world works today. Why? Because people are trying to cover their butts. I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit, people want to reduce risk. So they bring a lot of people into the buying decision. It's even worse when you think about very large ticket. Like in this case, we said in a very expensive, this data is a little bit different from the one you just saw, but this says the higher the price, the more parties are involved. So if the price is less than $1,000, maybe one person can do it, but more likely, the more expense, the more parties are involved. And so we as marketers need to have a relationship with all of those people. Now, fortunately, this is where we database marketers excel. We know how to do this. We know how to capture data. We know how to maintain it, keep it clean, and append to it the information that's needed to be successful. Oh, here's more. I'm just going to go over this. This says that depending on the type of purchase, if it's a real complex purchase, even more people are involved. If it's a simple purchase, fewer people are involved. So we already know all this. So now the question I'd like to discuss is, how do we speak to these different buying roles? So we said earlier, well, the decision maker, what they care about is the bottom line. You guys already identified that. What the specifiers care about is, have I identified the product that is really going to be better than the alternatives? What does the gatekeeper care? By the way, gatekeeper is the term that we use for like an administrative assistant or a secretary, whose job is basically to keep us away from the executive. We don't want you wasting his time. What does the purchasing agent care about? Cost. That's what's on their mind. So if we say that there are generally 6 buying roles, and there may be more in your business, maybe fewer, then we need to come up with messaging that speaks to their needs. Now this starts to get really complicated. 6 different messages for every account based on the role in the buying process?
Purchasing agents, I mean, is it only about money? I thought it's also about who is better among the competition and stuff.
Maybe. Yeah, they want to make sure. But when it comes down to it, what they really want to do is
The entire due diligence process.
they're going to assume that they've already got, you know, the competitive thing handled. But then when it comes down to the negotiation, give me 10% off. Oh, okay, give me 5%. Okay, from that, give me better payment terms. I'll pay 90 days from now. You know, they're always looking for a cost advantage, typically. But you know what? This is very generic. It's more of a conceptual framework. And you need to adapt this to your situation. And, you know, I don't really know how your buyers buy and what the details are. But do you not appreciate the concept that these guys have different needs, different interests? So our messaging needs to be varied to speak to their needs. Now, I'm going to show you an example that divides the entire world into 2 types. Instead of 6 types, just 2 types to keep it simple. So let's say we have a technical buyer and a business buyer. LOB means line of business. It's sort of a technology term. So here are the kinds of messages, the kinds of benefit statements that we might use when we're talking to a tech buyer. Here are the types of messages that we might use when we're talking to a line of business buyer. Does this make sense? So you guys, I mean, once you have an understanding, an insight into what motivates them, then you can start to craft messages that are of interest. I've got an example here from our friends at Avaya. Remember, we were talking about Avaya before. Here is a campaign that was split in two ways. Half of the, and I don't remember whether it was half and half, but whoever was deemed to be a technical buyer got this message on the left. Look at this. A major disaster hits your area, and your teams are responding before the story hits the news. So, you know, the tech buyer is like, oh my God, downtime, you know, problems. Now, the line of business buyer, with Avaya multi-year express and one extra, your staff can do more business anywhere business takes them. So that's the kind of message that might appeal to somebody who's interested in staff productivity and availability and stuff like that. Same campaign, same product, just split into and made the messaging more relevant. Are you guys doing anything like this today? Different messaging for different roles in the buying process? What are you guys doing? Oh, well, that's okay. So you're dividing by influence. Yeah, so the senior guys you're speaking in one way, and the more junior guys you're speaking in another way, and that can make sense too. With database marketing and marketing automation, digital variable printing, for example, we can start to really go to town with this kind of personalized messaging. I'm sorry?
Can we have a one document for both?
It depends. You mean for both the tech buyer and the, when you say document, do you mean? Sure. But if you do know that what's on the mind of the one buyer is different from the other buyer, it makes sense to vary up your message so that it's maximally relevant to them. Yeah. These are prospecting campaigns. And how we determine the tech from the line of business is by title. So these guys are having technical, like engineering titles or IT titles, and these guys are having business management titles. And that's how the campaign was separated. Is that your question? Okay. Okay, so this is just a simple example. Starts to get really crazy. What we're finding is that different, depending on where the party is in the buying decision role, what's of importance to them changes. So here are, based on the influencing factor, these guys are saying, okay, vendor websites and word of mouth from colleagues and search engines are how I am making decisions. So what this says is we need, as marketers, to be active everywhere. These buyers are checking all over the place. We don't control the messaging anymore. If we think that we can influence them just by sending them direct mail or phoning them, forget about it. This is what we say in New York. Forget about it. You have to have more touches out there in more channels because they are researching and finding out about your products from all kinds of sources, so we need to be active. This is heartbreaking and expensive, but it's sort of the way the world works now. So for marketers, just to conclude, we have to be involved earlier in the buying process than before. We have to be responding to selling signals, like if they're downloading, if they're clicking, we need to be there so that we can get that relationship built. And we have to continue to nurture that relationship way longer than we ever had to before, because the salesperson isn't invited in until a lot later now. So marketing has to sustain that relationship over time. And that's where direct and database marketing comes in B2B. So it's, you know, it's a lot of fun. Now, here's more information about the numbers of media channels that direct marketers are using today. Basically, everybody is using, only 8% of the direct marketers are using a single channel. Everybody's using multiple channels. Why? Because that's how you get in touch with people. They're everywhere. Similarly, there's some interesting new data that suggests that the more channels you use, the better the ROI. So if you're ever trying to justify a budget, you can use this data. Because this suggests that by adding, so say you start with print and a web landing page, that's your base case. Then you add email to that. And then you add all of them, including mobile marketing, you're going to get a higher response rate. Now, I don't know about the ROI. I don't know. They only talk about response here, not about expense. But that's something that you also have to keep an eye on. So have I made a case about multi-channel, multi-touch, and how important it is? I've sort of covered this already. Let's look at an interesting case from Wells Fargo. Is anybody here in the financial services industry? What's your business?
General insurance.
Insurance. So are you selling at retail? Yes. Yeah, okay, so this case may be of interest to you. Wells Fargo is a very large retail and commercial bank. It's based, I think, in California, but they operate all over the country. So what they wanted to do was talk to their existing business customers and upsell a new service that they had just introduced called remote deposit. Now, to me, this sounds like a pretty stupid product, but at the time, they were pretty excited about it. It says, instead of coming down to the bank with the checks, you can scan them and send them to us electronically.
And was it an offering from Apodia?
It was an offering from Wells Fargo.
Yeah. Apodia was bought by Wells Fargo. So was it an offering from Apodia or from Wells Fargo itself?
I don't know. But I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe they picked up the idea. Great question. I don't know. So I got this case from Marketing Sherpa. I don't know if you guys look at Marketing Sherpa. It's got a lot of good case examples. But the purpose of the campaign was to find the decision makers in the banking relationship. These would be like treasury officials and CFOs. These are the guys who can make a decision like this. Okay, we're not going to go to the bank anymore. We're going to scan all the checks. And these are existing customers, so this is not prospecting. This is upselling, in effect. But they needed to understand how to get a hold of these, they knew how to get a hold of them, but how to speak to them in a way that really resonated. These guys are busy. They needed a message that would really attract their interest. So they created some research. Actually, they didn't go do the research. They used some research that another department at Wells Fargo had already done. And they found out that CFOs and treasurers are overburdened with day-to-day management tasks. Does this sound familiar? We're all overburdened, right? I don't know if this is such new news. But what they were feeling as professional people, this is sort of interesting, they were feeling like they had to do so much busy work every day that they weren't able to think strategically and really apply their skill and their brains to the business that they were originally hired to do. That's very frustrating, wouldn't you say? They're basically saying, you guys hired me to be a strategic thinker as a finance person, and you got me down here doing all this stupid, busy work. So they then determined that let's get some messaging going that says, this new service can free you from time-consuming, tedious tasks. So it's not like, there are lots of other ways they could talk about it. They could say, oh, this is the whizziest new thing, you'll be technologically advanced. No. They understood that the pain point is we are doing work beneath our station. So that's the message that they went with. Now, the communication strategy involved 2 channels, email and postcard. So they started with a self-mailer, followed with a first postcard and a second postcard. And each of these touches was connected with an email. So it was like you said, it was mail, email, mail, email, mail, email. And the first mail touch was a self-mailer, and the second 2 mail touches were just postcards. So we've got 6 touches going on here to try to persuade these guys to try the new process. The messaging strategy moved, and this is really interesting, a point we haven't really talked about, that as the buying process moves along, the kinds of messaging that you want to make can get deeper and richer and more complicated. But in the early stages, you're more likely to be giving a very simple message. So they were starting with benefit-oriented messaging, and they were ending with product-oriented messaging. That makes a lot of sense. The signatory on the letter was the relationship manager that the bank already has with them. Makes sense, right? That you want that, he or she is the person who owns the relationship with that CFO, so you don't want to be going around that person. You want to leverage that relationship. And then the response vehicle was a personalized URL. These are already our customers. And there was also an 800 number. Remember I said you want to offer as many response options as possible. So they've done that here. So let's look at the campaign. This is going on and on. I'm going to just show you an example. So here's the first self-mailer, Dear Jane. Dear Jane, your time is far too valuable to be spent on routine financial tasks. Does this remind you of that campaign we looked at earlier for the clinical services? We start out acknowledging that these guys are overworked, and we share their pain. We understand them. Stuff works like crazy. That means, that means you, wait, where's the message? Sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. That means no more running to the bank, fewer manual entries, blah, blah, blah. So they say, please come see an online demo. And the demo had a personalized URL. This is Jane so-and-so. So she sees her name. She's got to click through. Come on. It's my name. I got to go see what's on the web with my name on it. And so they're talking about trying to get her to take the demo. Then they follow up with an email, which is nicely integrated. Same kind of messaging. Come take the online demo, view the demo. It's right here.